or you don't have the capacity to receive my thought, I will communicate with you so that to help you, to guide you with the general principle, the technique, so that you can apply to help you during the urgency situation that you are unable to solve. Yesterday I had taught you in the case that you are using a website and email. When there is a problem, you put my name on the email address. And today I update for you further. When the website or the email system had a problem, you are unable to contact me. Then you turn on the computer. You put in the passcode in the email for Australia or in America, for example. In addition to that, you receive energy from the light of the stars. You transfer directly to your computer 3 times. Remember, you receive, send to the computer, receive, send to the computer, receive, send to the computer. Then you would be surprised. You will receive the messages that I send to you through the computer. Whether over here, I do not put any document into the computer, but you will be able to receive the messages through the computer if you have a computer. And if you do not have the computer, then I advise for you, you pray to the deities in your religion, you receive energy from the light of the star, and then you send directly to my chakra 6, and that's all you do. You do that 3 times, not more than 10 seconds. Receive energy from the light of the star, send to my chakra 6. Receive energy from the star, send to my chakra 6. Receive energy from the star and send to my chakra 6. 3 times, no more than 10 seconds. Then you can sit and relax. Whether how disturbed it is outside in the environment, I would still teach you, give you the messages, so that you can help yourself and your family and the people around you without having the problems in the most crisis or the urgency that happen anywhere. That is one of the way you and me, you can establish telepathic communication when you are now in this level 13 plus. As I transfer energy, you are able to use the brain of prehistoric man. And now today, I would share with you, I remind you, at the present time, the brain of prehistoric man had been printed in my brain, the original print. And from the level 13 plus, and in a future seminar, especially the class about the brain of prehistoric man, I will teach you more in the case of the usage of the brain of prehistoric man. Before that, you'll be able to apply from now until the beginning day when you come to the seminar of the brain of prehistoric man. And you do not have any situation or problem or any disasters, urgency situation that happen from now to that time. If you have the free time, if this urgency situation doesn't happen, if you run into a deadlock or problem in any situation, just like I mentioned to you, you pray to the deities, you receive energy from the stars, you send to my chakra 6 3 times, not more than 10 seconds, so that I would guide you in your study, your research on spirituality. One of the means for you to learn, to help yourself, to help other people. I want to share with you, in the case of the spiritual research or study, that is at a time when you are at peace. But then we do not know when on earth, when there is a threat, and at any location, when there are problem, when you receive energy from the light of the star, you send to my chakra 6 3 times. At any time, I will answer for you. It doesn't mean that it is only involved spiritual study, except in the case if this urgency, the disaster doesn't happen, I would guide you on the spiritual path. When there is a disaster, urgency, So at any situation that you are in, I will answer directly in your thought, so that you are able to apply immediately to help yourself and you can help others. That is from today. I had promised to you on the first day. Now today, I transfer energy for you. I guide you the technique. Starting that you are starting to use the brain of prehistoric man in establishing the telepathy communication with me, and later on I will teach you. It is not written in the manuals, but I will elaborate further for you about the spiritual sexual unification. For sure in that men, all of the male, they will feel at loss, and the female, but they may feel better. But on that part, I will teach to you later after the break, so that I can give you the opportunity for you. So you should not worry or concern about the husband, the man. They have the degree to have many wives, many women. But for the woman, you feel that you are not equal to the man. But if you are here in Australia, in Holland, attending this class only for this class, if you are not able to learn from me personally, you cannot apply because it is not as effective. This is the newest formula that you have not learned. I learned and I just learned, so I teach you. So today, the subject of today, I will teach you. That would be after the break. I want you to use the brain of prehistoric man. The two main point is to use the brain of prehistoric man to establish telepathy with me. At peace time, you are able to learn on spirituality. During the urgency, with the threat, then at any situation, you send the energy to me. I will guide you to help you, so you can solve the immediate problem. That is a number of you who do not have the computer, who do not know how to use computer. But then I repeat again, for those who have the computer, starting from tomorrow, if your computer has problem, and if your computer it is unused in the past, and you had to use a pyramid in place on a computer, or in 11, 12, 13 level, then you transfer energy. But now you are able to receive the energy from me. I accept that you can use the brain of prehistoric man. So at any situation, if there is a problem with your computer, for example, all you need is to pray to God or to the deities in your religion. You receive energy from the light of the star. First time you send to the computer. Second time, receive and send to the computer. Third time, receive and send energy from the light of the stars to the computer. No more than 10 seconds. Then you will see the result about the computer system, so that it can solve all the problem for you that you are unable to use the computer at that time. The energy from the light of the stars to help you, the ability that God had given to us to help us, so we can help mankind. So these are the very important part for you in this class. You can see that I guide you. The theory is so simple, but the application is so important for you, for your family, for your country, and furthermore, to help humanity. I do not want to teach you about the satellite, the private satellite that are having problem due to the different energy frequencies that cause problem to the satellite. That some of the satellite that you use with telecommunication system, they have a lot of problem. But I have helped a number of you to apply, but it's still limited. But in April, if those of you who work with the satellite system, as you are sending the satellite out to space, I will show you the technique, so you can help and protect the satellite without any problem, technical problems with the energy frequencies, or being destroyed in outer space. So you are able to recover and help the satellite. So that lesson for sure you would learn in April in the coming seminar. So that for us, the scientists, space scientists, physicists, you have a chance to contribute in many different situations, the difficulties that you face out in space, on Earth. These are the subjects that I want to share with you. So you can try your best, listen carefully and take good notes. If not, during the time you are here, you don't learn carefully, then when this thing happens, you are not able to deal with. So therefore, it is a waste of your time and your effort that you come here to learn the level 13 plus. And first of all, for this class, even though you have about more than 500 of you, with about 180 of you, so about more or less 700 of you, and a number of you in Australia, about a handful of you, you would be able to use everything that I want to teach you. You can officially use, for the first time, the basics about the brain of prehistoric man. So that you listen carefully. And now, with the remaining time, we have only short time, a few more hours, then the class would end. With everything that you learned for the past 2 days, with everything that you researched through the documents, with everything that you need to clarify, with everything that you need me to explain further, you ask questions so that I can share with you my experience. And with my experience, I learned the lesson from the deities to help you to complete in your work and the work that the deities had given to you. So now go on. You continue to ask questions so I can answer for you.
Help. How can we help? Oh, he has a problem. I have 2 questions. The first question, how can we manage to deal with the 2 lower parts of our brains? Second question, how can we create a cell in our body, spiritually speaking? Or how is the cell created, spiritually speaking?
Dạ kính thưa Thầy, đây là câu hỏi của người học viên ở bên Hòa Lan. Câu hỏi thứ nhất, xin Thầy có thể hướng dẫn cho chúng con biết làm cách nào chúng con có thể kiềm chế hoặc là hóa giải những cái sự chi phối của 2 cái phần của bộ não phụ. Câu hỏi thứ hai, xin Thầy có thể hướng dẫn cho chúng con hiểu thêm trên cái khía cạnh tâm linh, cái ý nghĩa của tâm linh về cái khả năng mà sáng tạo của cái tế bào sáng tạo, hoặc là cái khả năng mà mình tạo được ra một cái tế bào trong cơ thể. Để xin Thầy có thể nào giải thích cho chúng con hiểu thêm trên cái mặt tâm linh. Dạ xin hết thưa Thầy.
In this class, I want to share with you the valuable information. As you know, on the first day, I remind you, you have been so busy in the case of your ability, in the case that you are helping other people, in the case that you are sharing the joy that you have to others. On the first day, you remember, even though we use the computer in your mind, you work, but you can still receive energy from the light of the star and you can send to others. Why? So that you have the powerful strength by the energy from the light of the stars, as you receive energy from the deities to help to hold the influence of the lower brain so that they listen to you. Starting from this class, when you start to use the brain of prehistoric man, in the past, they influenced you 70-80%. So now perhaps they can only influence you 10 or 20%. Listen carefully. So, if you want to control the influence of the lower brain, as I mentioned to you, at any time when you are free, you can still receive energy from the light of the star and you transmit. The more you can transmit and do it, the better. The more you can do it, then they are controlling them to listen to you, to follow you. The primary brain will control the secondary brain, and the lower brain cannot influence the primary brain. For the past few days, I explained for you on that fact. Just like on the first day, I keep on reminding you. Let's say you are watching TV, you can do that. I don't force you not to. You can listen to radio, I do not force you not to. You can read a newspaper, I do not force you not to. But let's say you are reading the newspaper right here, like this. You are reading the newspaper. Let's say there's an article you are reading right now. Your eyes you are reading, but in your mind you receive energy from the light of the star and you send to others. 5 seconds. That's not much. And in that page of the newspaper, perhaps it might take you 10 seconds to read. In 10 seconds to read, you may be able to transmit energy 2 or 3 times. In that one newspaper, you are able to send energy to 4 locations. You transfer energy as you are reading, and you send. As you do that, you are able to grasp the information from the newspaper faster. And slowly you are able to improve yourself. So that through this question, you want to be able to control the influence of the lower brain, the mammal and reptile part. You can try that practice and you'll see the result. That is a reason that you and me, we have the ability. That is because the deities at this time, as we are going through the transition phase to a new era, new people, this is what we need to learn to do. That is on the first part that I answered for you. On the second part of your question, in the case of creation, about 16 years ago, at that time I only give the healing. I did not teach. I had written in my document, and a number of you who have that, or a number of you who do not have that document, it was so simple. You can read it only in 10 minutes and you think that you know everything. But the profound meaning behind what I wrote, it might take you 10 years later or maybe 14 years later, the student would be able to decipher and understand. From the time I teach the level 13. The supercell, that means that without desire, we are able to achieve it. So now, you are in the level 13 plus, the previous session. And in this session of the level 13 plus, in order to meet the demands to help you to control the soul of the cells in your body, and eventually, you are able to control the soul of all of the living creatures. With all of your desire to help mankind, you are able to achieve it. So now I give you, you can practice only in 30 days, not no more than 30 days. You practice within 30 days so that you are able to use the brain of prehistoric man as you are able to apply to control the soul of the cells of your body or others. And after 30 days, if you have a chance, if you have by your destiny, you go to the seminar of the brain of prehistoric man and you will see, before you learn, you have to apply on the computer. Before you come to the seminar, you apply using the brain of prehistoric man. You receive energy from the light of the star and you try to establish communication with me by telepathy, or you send to the computer. When you have problem, you practice that. So for about 1 month, and then you would see that would be one of the most invaluable gifts that God give to you, give to all of us, so that we are able to serve humanity. In about the significance on the spiritual part, how come you can communicate to the soul of the cell? How come at this moment that I would learn and I can teach you on this technique? If 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I taught you, then everything would change now. But then, in the case, the level of the humanity, we are not able to reach a sufficient level. We are not able to grasp. That's why, because of our restriction, limitation, that's why now, today, at this time, in the year 2004, after I traveled to Ayers Rock in October 2003, I traveled to China in November 2003, and starting in 2004, today, now in this seminar, I allowed all of you in this class, including the auditors, a number of you in the past who are level 13 plus graduate, who travel with me to see Ayers Rock for the last time, who travel with me to China to see some of the caves. As I collect all of the information so that I can answer and share with you and explain and contribute to your research and study with your deadlock, so that you have the opportunity to learn in order to help mankind in the future. In the case of the cell, you are able to control the soul of the cell, that you can do anything. I confirm with you one more time, the ability that God had given to you, the energy the deities had given to you, and the rest, whether you apply it or not, it is your own fault. It's not my fault. Everything that God had given to you, I give it all to you. I have given to you all the ability, whether you can use it or not. Everything I guide you. Whatever I learn, I guide you. I give it to you already. Now it is up to you. This is your part. Now your part to put into practice that for the past few days, as well as I mentioned to you and reminded you, at any time, except when you are asleep, when you are awake, you can still receive energy from the star and you transmit. The simple formula, you don't have any restriction by social work, by any form in the material world. You are not restricted in any form in the material world. I give you a very easy way so for us to apply and apply. If you don't apply, it is your own fault. With everything that I learn, I teach you. With everything that I receive from the deities, I have given all to you already. So that you, me, all of us, we learn to help humanity. Therefore, through the questions about the spiritual significance, when God had given to us this ability, we can do anything in this world. You learn from low to high. In a similar way, I am learning. 5 years ago, I did not teach you about the antenna models. I did not teach you about the brain of prehistoric man. I did not teach you about the energy of the light of the sun, of the star. All of that are started in the third year of the decade of the 21st century. The time that we learned it was so short, but then it is beneficial a lot to the humankind. I hope that after this seminar, I hope that tomorrow is not like next month. The deities in the world, the humankind, they give you the opportunity that for all of us, me and you, we have a chance to contribute, to help, to put into practice. I teach you, you remember, I teach you so you can put into practice after this class today. Tomorrow you start to put into practice. It doesn't mean that you have to wait until next month or next year. Listen carefully. With everything that I summarize for you today, you can apply starting tomorrow. It doesn't mean that I tell you to learn and you will leave it and wait. Next year you can apply. No, tomorrow you are put into practice. Listen carefully on that. Next question.
There was one translator. Casilda, you had a question. She's also a student. Casilda, did you hear me?
I have a question for the master. He said that we could go to Ayers Rock, but we could go also to visit the rock. And he said that there were no spiritual masters there anymore. What does the master mean by that? And I'd like to ask him also, master, what it means that what he meant when he said that there were no higher beings there anymore at Ayers Rock, and we could go there only for tourism and not for spirituality. Thank you, master.
Dạ kính thưa thầy, người học viên này xin hỏi, thầy có đề cập với chúng con là bây giờ nếu chúng con có muốn đến.
In October 2003, after I completed the level 13 plus in Melbourne, I had a trip from Melbourne to Ayers Rock. After Ayers Rock, I went to Thailand and China. That was in November last year. When I came to Ayers Rock, I received a message from the deities that all of the brain of the prehistoric man that was in Ayers Rock about 3 billion years ago, and eventually after I learned, I received the brain from prehistoric man, that a number of you who had taken the photographs that printed in my brain, so that I can share with you, the students who are linked by destiny, by faith. Then I will teach you so you have the same ability just like me. I cannot guarantee that ice rock, whether it is it's still there or not. But there's one strange thing. If you are there, you were there, you know. If you did not, then you can hear through others. Ice rock was on one of the very large desert, and recently there have so many of the rain, and that caused flooding on the underneath on the mountain range in ice rock. That is one of the situations that is preparing, and I do not know when. Perhaps in the decade of perhaps it could be the decade of the 21st century for any reason. The desert in Australia may be divided in the land mass is divided. That the mountain range would be sunk just like 200,000 years ago. The people in Atlantis, the continent was sunk down into the ocean floor. I do not know when, but when I receive all of the information, then they will all disappear. For those who do not have a chance to don't have the chance to research about all of the masters that left behind from Atlantis 200,000 years ago, there are none, because they all disappear. It is not that my personal I want it, but I received the message from the deities. It is not mine. And now at the present time, if you go to visit, then it is your sometime when you travel there to visit, you may have some of the presence of the deities. But on ice rock, I present to you all that phenomenon in the future you may not be able to see. Just like I want to repeat for you one of the incident, a real incident. We don't know when. If you are in South America, in Aruba, you go to some of the hill, the mountain, and on the hill, on the mountain, you see they have a lot of the seashell. It was in the rocks. Because sometimes on the hills or the mountain they have some of the seashell in the rocks. So it signified that in the past that was under the ocean. And the second part was when I came to Egypt, it was out in the Sahara Desert, and we saw some of the pyramids. And I also saw one of the a ship in the middle of the Sahara. I don't know when, at and what time. All of the river, the mountain range, it changed. The landmass changed to a desert. But they were able to dig up. There's only one of the ship, and they still have 15 more still buried underneath. The Egyptian, they do not have enough money or funding to excavate all of the ship buried under. Those are the incident that 13 years ago when I came to Egypt I saw. So the Sahara Desert was in the past in the ocean. So for example, like in ice rock, if the land mass change, it become like an ocean. Just like for example in Atlantis or in Aruba in Egypt, the land mass change, the geographic change. Sahara, the desert become an ocean, and ocean become a desert. And in that town, Guilin, that is a town in China. In Chinese, it is Guilin, so the name of the town is Guilin. That is the town in China. When I came to the cave in that town in China, this cave was about 12 years ago. 12 years ago, I received messages, and now today I just share with you, so that you can learn from this 12 years ago. When I received the message from the deities had revealed to me that in the future, when I go to China, then the Chinese will give to me a treasure. I presented you. I thought that in the future, perhaps if I can go to China, I would have a lot of treasure, gold, pearl, so that I can help mankind. That's my thinking about 12 years ago, because I received the message. I did not think about anything else. But it's not like that. 12 years later, exactly 12 years later, I had a chance. In November 2003, I came to China in that town, Guilin, and I went to the cave. And in many of the cave, I came and I received the messages, and the vision and all of this image was shown in the cave. When I came to the cave and I walked out, I mentioned that I don't have a chance to return back here anymore, even though the students, they have power, they have money, they plan that they can invite me and my group to return to Kuala Lumpur for the second time, so that I can go in there to meditate, to sit, to research. But I said that we don't have any more time, because everything that I received, the message from deities 12 years ago now in Kuala Lumpur, I saw it, so it's not there anymore. Whether that cave will still exist or not, I do not know. But then for sure, once I receive it, that it will be erased. Just like I mentioned to you in the case of ice rocks. Now in the Sahara Desert, but for some reason, perhaps that mountain range will be sunk under the ocean floor, and the desert out in a desert rock, it may become a large lake. That mountain range perhaps will be sunk under the ocean floor in the future. We don't know when. I only just estimate according to my understanding. Perhaps it is in the decade of the 21st century. So for that reason, I advise my students, if you have a chance, you go to visit there to know, just to know, to take a photograph, to know if my thinking is correct. Then perhaps in the decade of 21st century, in Australia, with the geographic change, there will be broken land. The land mass will change to show you the mountain range form, oceans form. So perhaps ice rock will not be there anymore. After 3 billion years, it will be sunk into the ocean floor. You won't have a chance to see it anymore. Just like 200,000 years ago until now, we don't have a chance to research everything that the masters in Atlantis who left behind, because the continent is no longer on the map. So that's how I share with you through that question. As you ask, I give you my answer, so that you have this experience with everything that I teach in this class, with everything that I present to you today. You try your best to take notes, so that you have a chance when it comes to you, then you have many opportunities to research further, to contribute, to help others. Next question.
Use my complete address book of all my contacts, of all my friends, as a treatment list? Or is it more useful to just put people on that list that are really needing help? Is there still a time limit for the use of the same list? Or can I use the same list for forever? Then my second question: what is the importance of our Earth in the universe? Not from our point of view, but from the side of the universe itself, seen in all the dimensions that exist. What is the importance of our Earth in all dimensions, not only in 3 or 4 dimensions? Then my third question is about Atlantis. What mistakes did the people of Atlantis do that we in no circumstances should do again? And what qualities they had we should try to achieve as well?
Dạ kính thưa Thầy, đây là câu hỏi của người học viên này từ bên Thụy Sĩ, từ bên trung tâm LUONG. Ông xin hỏi Thầy về vấn đề cái công thức để trị tập thể. Thì bây giờ thí dụ như ông có cuốn sổ để tên những cái người bạn trong cuốn sổ điện thoại của ông, thì ông có thể dùng cái cuốn sổ này tương tự như một cái danh sách để trị tập thể, hay là ông cần phải lập một cái danh sách và ghi xuống tên những người nào mà cần mình giúp. Và nếu ông làm cái danh sách như vậy và ông trị bệnh trong cái danh sách tập thể, thì có một cái thời gian nào ấn định hay không, hay là cái danh sách này ông có thể ông trị mãi mãi được?
Now, through the question that you ask, I'll answer for you. In the case that you do the collective list, sometimes you do not know their real name, for example. For example, John or David or you do not know, or you just John or David, you don't know the real name. However, let me give you my opinion. In the case of the collective list, on the first day, I had advice for you. The first list that you need to make, that you can use from now until forever. These are the names in your family members, relatives. These are the people who are linked to you. But then you have some of the close friends. Then you can put their name also on that list. Then each day you transfer energy as a preventive way or to help them to heal faster. There's no problem with that. If they have sickness, you are able to help them to recover. If they are healthy, then you are able to help them as a preventive way. You don't. It's not just like your family members. If you know someone that you love or relative, if you put them on the name, and let's say you put their name on there, and then suddenly those people who cause you problem, then you can take their name out. Do not think that the master will tell you to put their name on. You cannot erase, but when you put their name on there, and if they cause you problem, you can take their name out. It doesn't mean that I force you to put their name. And if they have grudges against you, or you have grudges against when you have grudges against them, you can take their name out of the list. So in your mind, you can feel at peace when you transfer energy, because when you have grudges against the people on your list, if let's say 2 persons on your list they cause you problem, then you have grudges. Each time when you do the transfer energy, you keep on remember these 2 persons, and you feel anger. So instead of distraction, you take out these 2 names so you can feel at peace to transfer energy. God gives you all the freedom of choice. God wants you to help all of these people who are linked to you by faith. Listen carefully. If they are not linked to you by faith, then how can you help them? So that is about the collective list. So I answer for you on that point. So these students and all of you, you understand that concept, so you can apply without any concern or worries about that fact. Also, I explained for you in the previous seminar and in the past few days, on earth, that is the testing ground of God, as God had created the human so that we can reach wisdom and enlightenment. What's for? So that we can migrate to bring life to all the planets. I had explained for you. And through this, I want to share with you about our own spirit. The spirit has no ties, no limitation. The physical body, we are still eating, wearing clothing, we are restricted. For that reason, when we don't have wisdom, from 200,000 years until now, God had made in our brain, due to the fact that our limitation, we disconnect our brain into 3 parts. The secondary part, that means the reptile and the mammal part, that block our progress. We are only using 5 or 6% of the brain. Now, you, me, all of us, we are regaining back to the brain by the way that we can hold the influence of the secondary brain, because your spirit, my spirit, all of our spirit, we are the people of Atlantis already. Listen carefully. Therefore, the human, no matter how smart we are still restricted because of the influence of the secondary brain. If our spirit with the enlightened state, if our spirit is a high spirit, then it can help the physical body with the wisdom. The spirit help to control the influence of the secondary part. Like I had mentioned to you, we don't have this ability. We need the assistance of God. We need the guidance of the master to practice meditation so that we can have real wisdom for the body, and our spirit can reach a higher state of enlightenment so that we can stop the influence of the secondary part that block our development of the brain, so we can improve our capacity of the brain. Because of that fact, we are not able to progress. We are not satisfied with anything in the world. Our desire is endless. Even at the last breath of your life, you are not satisfied in this life. The one thing is always drawing down. You want 1, and then you want 3, and you have 3. You want 5. You have 1 5, and you want 10. Just like yesterday, I mentioned to you. If you have 2, then you're happy. Then you don't have sickness. But then if you have 2, and then you want 3, and that is how they influence you. And then you work and you get 4, and 4 and you want 5. So you constantly on that one thing. Because of that, instead of 5% of the brain, and you are reducing down to 2%, 0%, and then you end up death. That is the problem with the physical body. That's why you are unable to develop. However, the humankind, for the past 200,000 years until now, from the time of birth, God had created the three parts of the brain because we want material more than spiritual. Because the one in Atlantis, they do not need the material because they have everything. They can create everything. But when the people in Atlantis, when they lost, when they returned back to God, there's no one on earth with that capacity. That is you, me, all of us, in many lifetimes. From the time of our when we are born, toys, and then food, and then struggle in life with food, nutrition. We take care of. We want everything in the material, but no matter is in no matter how much you have, it's not enough for you. Only and lead you all the way to death. So for that reason, at this time, God help me, help all of you, so that we have formed the large AOE family. We learn beyond the books. We learn the lesson from the master in Atlantis. We learn the lesson from the high being, so that we are able to solve and regain back to the time of the golden age. That is a time when people have total wisdom and enlightenment. That the book from the east and the west, they mention about the LUONG meeting. These are the people with true wisdom and enlightenment. The question from this student I had answered already. Now I just want to summarize further. The people in Atlantis in the past, they do not need to eat or wear clothing, because the body and the spirit as one, they can travel out to space. That 12 years ago, I have achieved that. My body and my spirit travel out to space. I look back to where I lie. I do not see the body. On that one night, I was about to close my eye. I was just about to close my eye. Suddenly, my spirit exits the body, and I was always still conscious. I teach the student. I do not allow the student to have out of body experience. But how come my spirit exits the body? The moment I see that, I look down. I see my body on the bed, and at that moment when I realize it, I look back again. I don't see my body anymore. After my body and my spirit return back to the stage, and then I sit to meditate for 4 hours. The deities had taught me a lot. That was 1992, about 12 years ago. After 20 years of learning, for the first time, my body and my spirit exit out to the body, out to space, and I received message for 4 hours. Until now, today, I try my best to train you so that you are able to use the brain of prehistoric man, so that you, all of your body and spirit, my body and spirit, you, me, we all will be able to travel out to space. At that time, you have the ability. We can migrate to bring life to other planets. But before we do that, as I learned the lesson from the deities, in the past, you, me, all of us, we are the master in Atlantis. We did not have the ability to control the soul of the cells. The soul of the cell, we are unable to do that. I don't know about the past, but all the masters in Atlantis, after return back to God until now today, none of them can use and control the soul of the cells. The soul of the cell of all of the living creatures. Now this time we have that ability. Always God remind me, and I remind all of you, we never fall back to the mistake that we made in Atlantis. That means because of our personal interest. It has to be for the sake of humanity, for all of the living creatures, not just for the personality of the master or for only the Yui family alone. That is not so. You, me, all of us, if we do that, we'll fall back to the same mistakes. Then God will take us back. And we have to wait for a long time. That we have a chance to return back to serve again. So that is how I want to summarize for you all of your questions from this student that you want to know about the people in Atlantis, about the earth. What is the significance comparing to other planets? I explained that point for you in a very simple way. I give you sufficient information for you to learn. To read a long book, it is take a long time. I just give you in 15 minutes my answer. You know everything. I answer in the energy, and I answer by the message I receive from the deities. From the time you use the brain of prehistoric man, with everything I answer, with everything I give you my opinion, it goes directly into your brain, so you remember. That is a very, very special case. You don't forget. Next question. Then all of you, whether you receive energy already, for those of you who did not, then I'll give you the break. In Australia, there are a number of people who wish but I did not. But then you are from Bulgaria, and you asked, so for sure I will answer for you. I will transfer energy for you, so you can rest assured. Because you go from far away, and I will try to help you, so that you can rest assured. I see that you are applauding. And I want to share with you, for all of you, I just want to share with you so you know. Before we can organize the level 13 plus today, I had talked to the center in Italy, Vanni, and I also talked to the center in Holland, Dr. Dick, so that I share with you in Europe and Eastern Europe and the region, neighboring region, that Holland can organize so that you can come here to learn the level 13 plus. And after the level 13 plus, in about a month, then in Italy, I had allowed Vanni to organize for the first time the seminar about the brain of prehistoric man. That would be on 16th to the 18th of April. However, I understand for those people who don't have a chance to travel far, for that reason I decide a number of you from Russia, from Hungary, from Bulgaria who don't have a chance to learn, to come to Holland to learn the level 13 plus. Therefore, I will decide that on the 13th, the 14th of April, in the year 2004, on those 2 days, I will teach you directly from Australia, connecting one line to Russia on the 13th and 14th of April, and then on the 15th, you have a break so you can register, and then you continue on to learn the seminar of the brain of prehistoric man. That would be on the 16th to the 18th of April. For that reason, I had a review, so that's why to divide, I decided for Italy, Vanni, then he keep that organized. I only give 3: Italy, Hungary, and Russia. In Australia, we don't have to count that connection. All of the details, all of the form for to register, then you have to do it. First of all, for those of you from Iran, as all of the email that you send, I approve for you. For those who are already graduate at level 13 from Thailand, you can go to Russia, so that you can learn the level 13 plus on the 13th and 14th of April. And then in Thailand, at this moment, I do not teach. These are only the connections. If you can organize, if you have a chance, then for those of you who did not learn the level 13 plus, you must learn the level 13 plus in Russia or from Australia. Then you would be able to come to learn the level 13 plus, the seminar on the brain. Because first, the brain of prehistoric man, you only learn a few hours today. Today, I allowed you to use the brain of prehistoric man. It is not so simple. For that reason, in the future, there's no chance, there's no consideration for skipping class, especially levels 11, 12, 13. Because I want you to come to the level 13 plus, so you know how to use the energy, the most powerful energy from the stars. Only then you would be able to use the brain of prehistoric man. If you do not learn the level 13, and you want to skip the level 13 plus, or you learn the level 13, you want to skip, and you go directly into the brain, the class of the brain, I cannot accept that. So all of the center in Europe and all of the country in Europe, I decide today, we only have this connection that I just mentioned to you. In Iran, that you send a list to learn the level 13 plus, or the brain, all of you. For those of you send from Iran, when you are in here, you need to learn the level 13 plus. Then you can go to the seminar of the brain of prehistoric man. You can register to learn the level 13 plus. Then you can register to learn the seminar on the brain. You don't have to send the email to me, because I approve for a lot of you who are in the level 13 plus that you can go to the level 13 plus plus. That is organized in Italy, Hungary, and in Russia. Then I approve for all of you when you graduate at level 13 plus. I give you priority for those of you who, whether you can learn on this year, I cannot promise. The program for next year, I cannot promise. I only know that in April, that I will teach that one class, so that you, me, all of us, we have a chance to contribute to help mankind. Whether I can have another session, I cannot promise. I cannot promise yet. That is how I announce for you. So with everything that I promised to you today, I announced. And just like for a few days, I have received many of the application and the list that you asked to learn the seminar about the brain. I accept for you. The latest list that you sent from Iran, I see Davut. I tell to Davut so that you can tell to all of the students in Iran, if they complete the level 13, they can go to Russia to learn level 13 plus, and perhaps they can from there they learn the level with the brain of the prehistoric man in Russia, or after the level 13 plus in Russia. If they want to learn, they can go to Italy if they wish. So I only give you 3 connections besides Australia. First, Italy, Hungary, and Russia. That's it. That's all the connection. Now go on to the next question.
Understood how to receive the energy from the stars and to send it afterwards, to transfer it afterwards. But when we go in connection with the souls of the cells of the people who are sick, how can we do it exactly? Second question. In emergency cases, in the booklet that we received, apparently there was nothing about emergency cases, so how can we transfer energy for emergency cases? Thank you, Master. Apparently, there's a little precision. Should we talk or go into communication with only the bad cells that are sick, or also with the healthy cells of the body that is needing energy? It wasn't very clear for him.
Dạ kính thưa thầy, người học viên này xin hỏi thầy trên vấn đề trị bệnh. Thì chúng con hiểu thầy có hướng dẫn là chúng con phải tiếp nhận năng lượng từ ánh sáng vì sao và truyền đi. Khi chúng con truyền cái tư tưởng đến cái tế bào để nói chuyện với linh hồn các tế bào, thì người học viên này xin hỏi thầy, trong cơ thể có 2 cái loại tế bào. Cái tế bào xấu là tế bào tạo ra cái bệnh, và những cái tế bào tốt là những cái tế bào bình thường. Thì bây giờ chúng con truyền năng lực hoặc là tiếp xúc để nói chuyện với những cái tế bào, thì chúng con có nói có cái gì khác biệt giữa những cái tế bào xấu đó hoặc là những tế bào tốt, hay là chúng con chỉ đưa một cái tư tưởng chung? Câu hỏi thứ hai, về vấn đề khẩn cấp, những tình trạng khẩn cấp, trong tài liệu không có ghi chú là trong những trường hợp khẩn cấp thì chúng con phải trị bệnh như thế nào, trường hợp emergency. Thì bây giờ thầy có thể nào giải thích cho chúng con trong những trường hợp emergency khẩn cấp thì chúng con có truyền điện hay là đối phó như thế nào? Dạ xin hết thưa thầy.
Through these 2 questions, the first part yesterday a student had asked. Perhaps I did not answer for you accurately, but now on this question I want to share with you further. In a physical body, there are many types of virus, many types of cells. There are many types of cells, the one who can help the body, and there are those who damage the body. Therefore, with our energy as we receive from the light of the stars, we help all of the soul of the cell, the good and the bad cells, so that they all can adapt in the body. On the first day, I had explained to you already. Let's say, for example, the food that we eat in, it has many of the bacteria, virus. Some of those they can do damage. If we know how, meaning that you know how to receive energy from the light of the stars to send into the food. So with this virus from the food, when it go into the physical body, the energy that you transfer to the food, it will merge with the cell inside the body. So it would be just like 2 friends meeting each other, rather than the enemy coming into the body doing damage. If you don't transfer energy to the food, then this substance, the strange substance from the food going to the body, if in our body the cells are too weak, then the food will cause problem, the virus will cause problem inside the body. So from now to the future, you always receive energy from the light of the stars, so that you are able to protect the soul of the cells in the nervous system, so that you have the sufficient immune. When it is infected, that the cell inside your body, when it is infected by the other virus, they are not being damaged. Now the most powerful damage from outside, meaning that the nuclear or chemical viral infection, only in that manner you are able to help the physical body to maintain the health. Therefore all of these good or the bad cell inside the physical body, Those are the soul of the cells. Whether they are good or bad cells, they are all the same. You have that ability that God had given to you, so that to train you, so you are able to control them, to convince them to listen to you. Once they are able to listen to you, to follow you, you are able to control the soul of the cell of others. And as you are able to convince them, they are able to help that body, so they are able to regain the healthy state. So that is my summarized answer for you. In a case that you should not worry, you think that when you receive the light of the stars, you tend to the good cells. And then if there are the bad cells, you think that they may develop and may cause further damage. So it is not so. I explained for you clearly on that point. On the second part of your question, I want to share with you. In the case of emergency, I had explained to you, all you need is just 10 seconds. Only 10 seconds. Whether it is directly or indirectly, it is my spirit, my brain controls your brain. So that during that emergency case, you are able to apply. There is a number of you, due to the fact that you are so afraid. In the case of emergency, you are panicking, you are unable to have the clear mind. You forgot to receive energy from the stars in order to send to my chakra 6 3 times, no more than 10 seconds, so that you can receive the message. So I can help you. At that time, you don't need to pray, you don't have to do anything. When you are free, all you need to do, let's say for example, you are in country A, and country B has a problem, has a disaster. Listen carefully. Now you are from country A, or you are from country A. When there's a problem with country A, all you need is just 10 seconds. Receive energy from the light of the star. Send energy to the afflicted area 3 times. Receive, send, receive, send, receive, send 3 times. Not more than 10 seconds. That is an emergency case. Then you can help those people in the catastrophe, in the urgency, so that you can reduce the damage. Therefore, I advise for you, let's say where you reside, where you are, those are the most important area. That's starting from tomorrow. You need to take care for yourself. After you do the healing for yourself, energy, you transfer energy to the local area where you reside, to your country where you reside. Listen carefully. Why? So that in the future, in outer space, with the virus, with the strange substance, the nuclear from outer space, if unfortunately it comes to your area, we had already prepared. Then you can reduce the damage. Instead of, let's say, 1 million casualty, perhaps the death would be like 5 or 10,000. When the accident happened, recently I had mentioned to you, you receive energy from the light of the star, transfer energy 3 times, no more than 10 seconds, to the afflicted area with the disasters. You listen carefully and you take notes on this. So in the case of emergency, you can apply. That is to protect yourself, to protect your family, to protect where you reside. Next question.
How can we overcome our fears? Thank you.
Dạ kính thưa thầy, người học viên này xin hỏi, làm cách nào chúng con có thể kiềm chế được cái sự sợ hãi của mình? Dạ xin hết thưa thầy.
Now, as you can see, I show you so you can apply. I have one of the special experience. You are afraid of war, disaster, any forms, cause you to have a fear. When it happened, starting from today into the future, anything that happened, that may cause you to have fear. Cause you to have fear. Now let me give you my opinion so you can erase your fear. Let's say with fear that cause you to have a shock. Let's say you're sitting right here in this country and there's a war. That recently I mentioned to you. You receive energy from the star, you transfer energy. So now, you receive energy from the star 3 times. When you are afraid, you send to my chakra 6. And when I receive and I send to you only in 15 seconds or less, then you don't have any fear anymore. Tomorrow you can try this. It is not that you have to wait. When the situation happens, or something that happened that caused you, at any situation that happened in your life, or in the social environment that causes you to have fear, I only ask you 10 seconds, only in 10 seconds. At that time when you are totally afraid, you don't have time to pray. You don't have to pray. You receive energy from the light of the star, send to my Shakasik, send to me 3 times. 3 times, only 10 seconds. Then you stop fear. Tomorrow, you do it. Don't worry. Why? So that when the current situation that happen anywhere, that cause you to have shocks, then you use that formula so you can be calm, so that you are able to solve. At that time, you are not afraid. That is a very special case. I have learned through. I know. I had fear just like you. Do not think that I don't have fear. But then the deities had taught me from greater fear, it reduced down to less fear until no fear. You regain calmness so that you are able to solve. Starting from tomorrow, you go back to your homeland, to your family. At any situation that happen that may cause you to have fear, concerns, that cause your heart beat faster, then you can apply it in only 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, then in that 5 seconds or 10 more seconds, then the energy will help you very fast. Not more than 30 seconds, then you can regain your calmness. No more, you reduce your fear. Remember, you don't have to pray. The more you pray, the more you have fear. When you pray, you fear. You don't have to pray. That is in the case of emergency. In the future, the same way, in a normal sense, that you can pray to the deities so you can receive the message. In the case of urgency, then you do not pray to the deities. You receive and send 10 seconds, and 10 seconds is fast enough. Next question.
Good morning, Master. I am from Macedonia and I have 2 questions. Also change on the future along with the change in his brain. And the second question is, at the last level 13, you have said that you have eliminated the spell of curse that China sent to Vietnam in the past, that slowed down the development of Vietnam. How can we detect if on our country is made some curse too? And what can we do about it, or how to help to eliminate also, or we should ask you to help about that? That's all.
Dạ kính thưa Thầy, đây là câu hỏi của người học viên ở bên Macedonia. Ông xin hỏi Thầy, thứ nhất, trong tương lai, cái hình diện, cái hình thể của con người, cái thể xác của con người có thay đổi để
The witchcraft from the deities is, the purpose is to help mankind to develop. Listen carefully. Buddha, God, the deities, they use that the witchcraft is to teach to these people so that they can help human race. However, in the recent centuries, they use the witchcraft from the deities due to the fact that men, with agreed, these masters who use this, they abuse and they cause problem. That's why it is lost. However, there are some of the power that they have that may cause some damage. We don't have that ability. We only use in a normal sense. They do it in a lower frequency to help a person, but to do damage to a country, to a continent, it is not easy to apply. The deities allowed for me so that I can help due to the fact that it is for the sake of a country to help, because it is the whole thing, the spiritual growth of a country. When I was still in my country, I had done many things that the top witchcraft master would not do, but I did it. But I also have to suffer. But to me, suffering, nobody can save me. Only God who can save me. I present that to you. If you want to, you can apply. But it's so difficult for you. However, as I mentioned to you, in October and November, I went to Ice Rock in Australia. I went to many of the caves in China. All of the witchcraft in the future, they will disappear. We don't have that much. It doesn't have any more to cause damage to the human race, because I go to many of the highest place. I pray to all of those, the beings who are still on this earth, so that they all will return back to God, because they will regain to the highest stage. You know, in Southeast Asia, in Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and Malaysia, or Indonesia, or in the Philippines, in this, they thought that they have there's no masters that is equal to the master in China, the witchcraft masters. In my country, they have the ability, but they are not equal to the master in China. This master in China, they knew, they placed a spell so that these people cannot develop the human capacity in any form. I still remember about 5 years ago, the last time that I had to pray to the deities to solve in the case of a spell. I had an accident. You still remember about my incident when I encountered in Europe. I was not discouraged. I sacrificed myself for the sake of human race. And then I have to suffer, and until now, with all of my suffering, whether unintentionally, we don't know from what power that caused them to do it. And now they feel sorry, as they caused all the problem to me. All of the problem that they caused me, now it's all erased. Now, like for me as a master, I erased all of that. In America, about 15 years ago, my own students also try to hurt me, harm me, but it is not easy. When God has chosen a body, choosing a spirit, no one can harm that person. The one who can harm that person, only the deities. And for the people in this world to try to harm me, there's no value. I just want to share with you. I do not feel discouraged because I'm a master. If I'm an ordinary person, then I'm not like that. If I'm not a master, then it's not as simple. It would cause a lot of chaos in the world. But then everything is peaceful. Because that is a lesson I want to share with you, so you can learn from this. You do something that for the sake of human race, to sacrifice for the human race, for the people, then you might suffer the consequence in the physical body. But as you do it, God will help you, because as you do it, as you are the instrument of God, that's why you are able to go through. That's why 30 years ago, for the first time when I learned the spiritual path, the deities had taught me only one line. That for 30 years I keep on remember, only human can help the human. Beyond the human, no one can help the human. Beyond the human, only the deities who can help us so that we can complete our mission. That is a mission that God had given to us with that responsibility. Therefore, in the future, in the decade of the 21st century, with all of the magic power, spell, it doesn't have any more value, power, because I had endured through. I do not have to say how much difficulty with everything that I can do to help development in the spiritual path. I would do everything already. The last time I had mentioned to you, in October, in November, I went to Ice Rock and China. Therefore, in Southeast Asia or in China, all of these masters, perhaps they all returned back to God already. All of the magic power in this case, they all gave it out to me, so that these people, they return back to God. When they give it to me so that I can save mankind, to help mankind, it doesn't mean they give me the power to conquer. If they give it to me to harm others, then they would not. All these masters, they were mistaken. They thought that they gave it to their successor so they can help mankind, but unintentionally or intentionally they abuse it. I give you one example. Beside the fact of in the spiritual world or in the physical world, it is the same. Now I share with you. Let's say a top magician. He always do good things to help others because his purpose to learn to help mankind. For any country in the world, any people, we have contradiction. Now this witchcraft doctor, he is not out in the world. He just sit here and he do the praying to practice, so that he have the power to help humanity. And that woman come and say, I'm Nguyễn Thị A, and my husband has another wife. So can you help my husband to come back to me? He said, oh, so easy now. You do this. You use this curse on your husband, and he will return to you. That is the first case I want to share with you. And then another lady come and say, my name is Nguyễn Thị B. My husband is Nguyễn Văn A. And he has, I do not know how come my husband left me. He said, oh, so easy. You can use this and you do this, so your husband return to you. But that's the same man. He has 8 wives. And each of them, they want him to return to her. So he gave this lady asked, and then the other lady asked. He returned to her. And then she came, and then another lady came and asked, and then he gave me. And so he's being drawn by this lady to that lady to keep on going back and forth with because he had 8 wives. Each of them, the magician, the witchcraft doctors, he gave to 8 spells, and they all gave it to that same man. Because suddenly he died, and after he died, then how can you tell? He's been cursed by 8 ladies, 8 of them drawing him to her. By the end, he died because 8 women calling him to her. So I can see my student sometimes my student is so strange. Even after death, after the man is dead already, the wife came and they're still jealous. I also share with you. After death already, they will bring the flower to. They bring. The man is dead already, the wife, many wives, and then they came and they asked to call the spirit to come up and say it is true that he has an affair. Because of the jealousy, even he died already, but then both women came to the grave and then asking a medium to call his spirit to say that is it true that he has an affair with the other lady. So you can see the human race. So being the magician, they are being deceived by all of these people. So indirectly, they are causing problem. The whole thing, the development in the spiritual path. That is how I share with you some of the real incidents, so you can see this witchcraft doctor. They are innocent. They are unbiased. Whether they have intentional or unintentional for greed, for personal interest, I don't have any comments about what they do. But I just want to share with you about this incident. No matter how good they are, they have still listen. They listen to these masters, influenced by these masters. So that is in the case of the spiritual path. So I don't have a chance to return back to Ice Rock. I don't have a chance to return back to China with everything that I learned in the theory, with everything that I know. As I come there, I learn. After I retrieve the information, this will be erased. That is how I want to share with you, so you can understand from this experience. Do not think that supposedly there are a curse or spell. These are the high spirit. Perhaps they are from the chakra 5 and up. So they are not as simple. But from the chakra 5 and up, these are the one who has the responsibility to carry out the plan, the design. Then we don't have a chance to interfere. Even if we have a chance to interfere, then our body, we have to take on the consequence. If we take on the consequence, only the deities who can help you. So through that, I present to you. So more or less, you know about my problem that I encountered in 1999. Now it is almost 5 years. Now it's all gone. It all disappeared. And all of the mistakes that I have done, all of the transgression they have done toward me, I erased. To me, I don't have to concern about that. The important part to the past many years, I learned from that experience. So I travel out. I was able to help you to teach you in the past 5 years. I have taught you many profound lessons. The student in UE, then the number of students increased. The number of the students had increased more from that time. That's how I share with you. I understand that about this student. I also know about the student from this country. I advise for you, with everything that you learn for the sake of the humanity. The humanity here is not no stranger. Your people, your family members. This is something that we need to do it immediately. Do not imagine that you have to travel here and there to help others. The most practical one is the people right around you, where you are. You can do it starting tomorrow. Tomorrow you have a program. You can do from small to greater task. Now, I also announced to you yesterday, there are some students who had asked, perhaps, now I cannot promise yet, but I learned, I'm fortunate that in the future, the infant or premature baby, you are able to nurture and help them with energy and in other forms. And according to the books that they mentioned, the spiritual master or the scientific research they mentioned about in the future, only in the case of the handicapped, they are able to walk. So if that happens, there will be a great change in the world. There are changes in the physical sense that we look younger and healthier. It's not like in the science fiction that our head is changed to be deformed. I do not like that form. I want to teach you so that you look more beautiful. I see that in the news, in the science fiction, they mentioned that in the future, man with a form that the head is so big and then the mouth is big. This is only science fiction. I do not want the physical shape of the human change to be like that. In the future, I do not want to say, I did not teach yet, but after this class, I learned a lesson from the deities, so I can teach you about the brain of prehistoric man. After that seminar, for sure, you, me, we will have many changes inside our self, our physical self, from the human body. For those who cannot walk, perhaps you are able to solve many of the problems with the case of handicap. Perhaps in the case of the physical body, like you mentioned yesterday, if in the future, for those who have the breast cancer through the surgery, or in the case of arms or legs, with the broken bones, if we learn the brain of prehistoric man, as I keep on reminding you, the prehistoric man in the past, they are able to create all of the living creature. Listen carefully. For that reason, there are many dimensions in this world. You are not able to learn all. We learn the dimension, different dimension out in space in order to meet the demand in this world for the past 8 years. From the time when you learn the level 5.1, the first one in Geneva in December 1995. I want to remind you on that point, when you go into a new direction, you have a new energy. All of these new changes, that will change the physical shape of the human into a much more better one. I cannot promise how long you live. But then, if we still have our responsibility, if we know how to use universal energy, just like the people in Atlantis in the past, then we cannot calculate our lifespan. We can live so that we can serve humanity. By the body and the spirit that I mentioned to you about 12 years ago, I was fortunate that my body and spirit was one and travel out to space. Then I learned from this lesson, I want to teach you in that direction, so that you, me, all of us, we can regain back to the time in the past, about 200,000 years ago. That was the time our body and spirit as one travel out to space. Then perhaps we can go to the nearest planet in the solar system, so we can bring life, migrate, so we can bring life in a human form in these planets, just like Earth that we have right now. Go on, next question.
That God created everything. Now we understand that we can harmonize and talk to the small souls of our little cells to join our main soul. What has come back to God and what was sent back here? Is it the main soul of our body? The little cells, the little souls of the little cells, do they belong to a hierarchy of cells? and they are lower than the main cells and main soul of our body. Can you explain more, Master, about those differences, those different cells and main souls and little souls? Thank you, Master.
Dạ kính thưa Thầy, bài này xin trình bày với Thầy và hiểu được Đấng Thượng Đế đã tạo ra muôn loài vạn vật và chúng con phải sống hài hòa trong cái môi trường đó. Bây giờ Thầy hướng dẫn với chúng con có công thức để tiếp xúc với những cái linh hồn, các tế bào nhỏ trong cơ thể để hòa hợp với cái linh hồn chánh của mình. Thì bây giờ bà xin hỏi Thầy, cái linh hồn mà như Thầy trình bày là cái linh hồn từ Đấng Thượng Đế gửi xuống đây, đó có phải đó là cái linh hồn chánh của chúng con?
Ask about the soul of the self. I explain for you like this so you can understand. I have one body, Lương Minh Đàng, who is sitting right now in Australia. I have one soul, the soul of the person Lương Minh Đàng, who is now in Australia. I'm teaching you right now. At this time, there are millions, thousands of students who are calling on my spirit. My spirit travel and return right back instantly. It doesn't mean my travel like by the aircraft. Like yesterday, I had mentioned to you, when your spirit travel, when you have the ability, it travel as a speed of light and return instantly back to the body. I mentioned that to you yesterday. Today, I explained for you. All together at the same time, millions of people call on the spirit of Lương Minh Đàng. I'm still able to meet the demands. The spirit of Lương Minh Đàng here, but knowing that my spirit can travel and return right back instantly, faster than the speed of light or equal to the speed of light. So, not just on earth, in summary, all of the living creature, any form of life, any form of life, when there is a life, then there is a soul. The soul that God had sent out billions of the souls. In summary, in the universe, it is infinite. It is eternal. And in this infinite universe, all of the soul on earth, all the soul from all the planets, it is not sufficient to meet the demands. There are more or less. In summary, when we talk about the universe, infinite universe, then all of the planets around Earth, all of these planets are in this universe. It is infinite. And it is God who created this universe, and only the soul of the living creature and all of the living creature in this universe, they are just one small speck of the Spirit of God. And as God as a higher spirit that covers the entire universe, not just that the Spirit of God is in the universe. You listen carefully on that. The hierarchy in the human world, like in the human world, there are so billions of soul, billions of neurons inside our brain. The human shape, only God who can design this physical body, this machine. Therefore, our body, our spirit, how come all you do is with your chakra open 100%? You can help the wandering soul. It is not as simple. There are so many witchcraft doctors who try to pray to the ritual to help the wandering soul. They are not able to go back to God. How come you can do it? Your spirit that is sent by God, and it is your spirit that are one with God. That's why you have this infinite capacity. Therefore, in the case of evil spirit possessing the body, all you do is to transfer energy in a very fast way. You can help that spirit to return back to God. It is not as difficult. That is the reason we have that ability. In summary, the spirit of all of the living creatures on earth, these are all the children of God that in the human world, due to the Eastern tradition, in Vietnam, we mentioned about heaven living creature. They're all as one. They're all one because all one are formed by God. If we know how that we can merge this entity with this infinite entity, the infinite universe, then we have everything. But if you already have that infinite capacity since the level 3, you have that infinite capacity since the level 3, because if not, then how can you help In the case of possession, the evil possession, you can help them in the fastest way. In the case of evil spirit, you are able to send them back to God, and the patient is cured. That is how I share with you today through this question. In the previous time, I want to share further, but now I want to summarize for you in a short and precise way, so you are able to grasp, because more or less you are in the highest level. You need to know all this information. Today, in the past few days, about the brain of Pacific man, it is open. So with everything I explained for you, as you receive, you understand further. It doesn't mean that you listen and you forget. You won't forget. You will remember, and you can use it. You can use it forever. Next question. And I also explained for you about the spirit of the human and all the living creature. All the living creatures have the soul, and that is the soul from God, a small part of God. And God is the highest spirit that covers the universe. It's not that only the earth. Whether the smallest organism, that is the smallest form inside the body, that is the smallest one, is a cell, that is one of the smallest part of the spirit of God inside the body. And all of the souls, as you are unable to see, that sometimes to the living organism that you need the microscope to see, and these are also the souls that are created by God. When you talk about the soul, I want to share with you so you can understand. So in the future you have a chance, you can research through the books, you understand further. Now go on, next question.
Thank you, Master Dang.
Dziękuję, Mistrzu Dang.
In alle
Who has made it possible that I can be here with this wonderful and level 13 plus. Thank you for your wise words. Master, you teach us everything that we can learn about the divine energy. You teach us that universal energy has frequencies, is a kind of vibration. And now you wake us up by telling us that we can vibrate together with this divine energy of the stars. You tell us that we can do this the whole day, during dinner, during washing the dishes, during driving our car. We now can send energies, vibrations of the stars continuously. If we can convince the souls of the cells in our body to vibrate together with our main soul in the divine vibration of the stars, that means that we will vibrate enormously. And in that case, we will send so much light of the stars that, to my opinion, this will go through everything with this divine energy of the stars. The vibration of the stars will wake up everybody and everything around us to vibrate together with us in the same frequency. My question about this is, can we, by sending energy to the matter, which is also a kind of frequency, can we also heal the pain that people, humans, have left behind in the matter? Because with this energy of the stars, we can go to places on the earth where a lot of painful vibrations are left behind. And if we harmonize those places with energy of the stars, is it also possible that our vibration will go that far that it also will reach the souls and cures, in a way, or is healing the souls of the persons that were on that place and were the reason that on that place were so many painful experiences? With other words, can you heal through the without limitations, through dimensions, so beyond dimensions? And another question. Okay. Yesterday you said that when we treat locally, we also can treat the intestines. I thought that intestines did not belong to the external part and is not a local place, but if we can treat the intestines as an organ that removes waste from our body, can we also now treat the kidneys and the urinary bladder because they have the same function locally? And then, Master, you will have expected this question. We follow all your seminars very happily in Holland, and we are with many, and we are very happy that this seminar is here in Holland. Thank you, Master, that we had the opportunity to have this here. And now, I would like to ask you for your permission, because for that reason many people would be able to follow the level 13++, for whom it also, otherwise it would not be possible to attend this seminar because of the problems with traveling. Wouldn't you consider the possibility to have the level 14, or no, the level 13++ in Holland? If not, we are happy with this level and we accept what you decide. Thank you, Master.
Dạ kính thưa Thầy, đây là câu hỏi của người học viên ở bên Hòa Lan. Khi Thầy hướng dẫn cho chúng con, Thầy giải nghĩa cho chúng con hiểu thêm về cái năng lực vũ trụ, có nghĩa là cái quyền năng, khả năng của các đấng thiêng liêng. Với năng lực của vũ trụ này, để có thể giúp được cho chúng con nâng cao được cái băng tầng, những cái độ rung của con người, thì Thầy đã đánh thức tỉnh chúng con để chúng con hiểu và ý thức được cái điều này. Đặc biệt là bây giờ ở lớp này chúng con có khả năng trong công việc hàng ngày, thí dụ như lái xe, làm những công việc bình thường, chúng con vẫn có thể liên tục truyền cái điện năng này cho mọi người. Nếu chúng con có thể có khả năng để tiếp xúc được và khuyến khích được những cái tế bào nhỏ để hội nhập được với lại cái linh hồn chánh của mình, thì khi mà đạt được cái trình độ cao, có nghĩa là chúng con có thể nâng cao được cái độ rung của những cái tế bào. Thì nếu nâng được như vậy thì có nghĩa chúng con có thể đi xuyên qua được tất cả mọi vật, có nghĩa là vượt qua được mọi vấn đề, có nghĩa là đi xuyên qua được những cái chiều của thế giới này. Trong trường hợp trên địa cầu này cũng có những cái vật thể, những cái vùng mà có những cái sự đau khổ nó còn lưu lại qua những cái hành động, những cái động tác của con người. Thì khi chúng con truyền điện thì chúng con có khả năng nào để gỡ được, thí dụ như những cái vùng đó đã trải qua rất nhiều những biến cố, những cái sự đau khổ, khiến cho những người ở đó luôn luôn có những cái ấn tượng này, thì chúng con có khả năng để truyền điện được đến những cái vùng đó để xóa được những cái ấn tượng, những cái sự đau khổ mà nó lưu lại ở những cái vùng đất, để giúp cho những con người ở đó, thứ nhất là đạt được cái sự hài hòa, và thứ hai hóa giải được những cái ấn tượng kia. Câu hỏi kế tiếp, như hôm qua Thầy có hướng dẫn chúng con, trong công thức Thầy đề cập khi chúng con trị cái vùng bộ phận thì đó là những cái phần bên ngoài cơ thể, nhưng Thầy có một cái công thức Thầy nói chúng con có thể truyền điện trực tiếp vào cái chỗ mà cái đường ruột. Nhưng mà theo như bà hiểu, đường ruột thì là thuộc về bên trong của cơ thể, thì không phải cái vùng loco. Thì xin thầy có thể nào nếu chúng con làm được như vậy, trị bệnh trong cái trường hợp mà đường ruột, thì bây giờ đặt những người có bệnh ở chỗ cái vùng thận hoặc những cái vọng đái bên trong cơ thể, thì chúng con có thể tính đó như là những cái loại loco hay không? Câu hỏi cuối cùng. Những người học viên chúng con hiện giờ ở đây học ở bên Hòa Lan rất là sung sướng được học ở cái lớp này. Và cũng có một số những người trở ngại không có thể nào xếp đặt đi học được ở cái lớp 13, lớp kế tiếp, lớp 13 cộng cộng ở bên Ý. Thì chúng con xin thầy có thể nào thầy cứu xét để cho chúng con học được một đường dây ở bên Hòa Lan. Nếu thầy cứu xét mà không được, chúng con cũng vẫn vui vẻ và chấp nhận, vì chúng con rất là sung sướng là được học được ở những điều của thầy. Dạ xin hết thưa thầy. You can help yourself and others. Now, if you wish, you can. To this question, I remember about 30 years ago, from our deities, I received a message for the first time. I did not know anything about a spiritual path. And that was the first time I learned. For the first time I learned, I only learned two phrases that I had mentioned to you. From the deities, I learned the lesson that in the future, the human will help the human. In the future, for those who are not on a religious path, then you are on a spiritual path. You and us, I'm not a Catholic. But then, as I travel, I go into the church, I see the teaching from the Christ, which is to sacrifice yourself for others. I go to the Buddhist temple, I worship Buddha, and I saw that Buddha taught to act to help others. So with these two principles from Buddha, from the Christ, it is similarly that I have done so. I never thought that I can achieve that. But then, after 30 years, I have done so, and I help millions of the students who can do the same. I help millions of people to heal them, that they are able to contribute to help their own family. That is what I have learned after 30 years. And one of the things on this I had answered in the previous seminars, but it is still restricted. For the first time, from the deities who given to me the key to open the secret door of the universe. At that time, I would not believe it, because I learned I do not know, so how can I believe in that? God and the deities who sent me that message that in the future, it is you who will have this key to solve the nuclear radiation, to turn the air, to help people to prolong their lifespan. At that time when I learned, I didn't know anything. I thought that the deities who tested me. I'm not a scientist. I also research with the newspaper. I hear the news in the field of science. In the case of nuclear radiation, that we all just die. There's no way that we can, in the case of nuclear radiation, there's no way that you can live in that environment. But in reality, from small to big, from the lower level to the high level, I mentioned to you until now today, with everything that I thought we cannot achieve, I was able to achieve 99%. And only 1%. And that 1%, it is me, you, all of us, we return back to the stage of Atlantis. And as have it, and you have it, the whole human race will have it. That doesn't mean that we have it and they don't. If I have it and you have it, and then it would be just like 200,000 years ago. And I don't want this. I want the whole human race to have it. It doesn't mean that I have this ability, and you in the Iwi family, we all have that ability, and others, they don't have it. I don't want this to happen. Therefore, when there is a catastrophe, when something happens, when we know how to use energy from the stars, when you know how to use the brain of prehistoric man, we are able to change the environment on this earth where we live right now. The lesson will come, we will learn. A step at a time, you will see the result. From the time you have the chakra open 100% in the level 4, and in the following class until now today, in the level 13 plus, with everything that you have learned through,
with everything that you had applied, with everything that you had done so with a successful result, from the small to the greatest task. And then we are beginning to do the greatest task. And in the bigger task, as we have the result, that for sure the benefit is for the humankind, and that will include for our family, for our country. So you want to help yourself, you want to help your family? Yes, you can. I had mentioned to you already, God and the deities never deceive you. But then you do the work. God will repay you, reward you, the infinite gift, not just for you, for your family, for your people, but for all of those who are linked to you. That is how I share with you through this question from this student. And now, yesterday I had explained for you, in the case of the intestine, it's not like a local area, but when you have diarrhea, when you have a pain on that side, you transfer energy out on the skin at that at location of the intestine. When there's a pain, the energy will send in to help the intestine. You can do it in the internal one. So instead of doing internal one, you can control the soul of the cell of the intestine. And let's say you have a pain on that area, you receive energy from the star, and then you send energy to that pain. Whether you do it, you want to heal yourself immediately, or you want to heal it by the next day. I know because of that pain of the stomach and the intestine. So instead of enduring the pain, so you can shorten in 15 seconds. I decide in the local areas. These are the external area. In the severe case that you treat. If there's a minor case, you don't have to treat. Let's say in the case of the bladder, let's say you have pain, or in the case of the cancer that causes pain, you have done so in the internal one, but because of that it has swollen, it caused the skin or the region close by has pain. Just like I mentioned to you yesterday with the case of hemorrhoid, for example, hemorrhoid, if it is internal, you don't have to treat, but it is external, then you treat so that you are able to help with the pain and with the external wound. So in summary, you can treat internally, and if it causes a lot of pain to the external, so you can treat directly to the location of the pain, because it may be affected by inwards, so that it can help the organ. So let's say in the case of intestine, when there is a pain, you are unable to eat, and that might cause a lot of problem, a lot of concern for you with the pain. And sometimes with that pain could affect into your back, to the spine. So instead of waiting for 48 hours, I give you the formula. In 15 seconds, you are able to reduce the pain. Listen carefully. Not just in the case of the intestine. In summary, all of the internal organ, wherever it is, it has pain, and it causes pain to you to the external area, then you can consider that as a local area you can treat. Let's say when you just hit your arm and you feel hurt, and you transfer energy, and you can help yourself. My point here is, in the case of the pain that you encounter in your body, then you can help to reduce the pain so that your body can you can heal yourself. So in summary, I explained for you on that part. I had mentioned to you already on the first day when you asked for me in Holland for the connection. In Holland, you like, including the center in Holland, Dr. Dick, he liked it. He wanted all of that. Everything is arranged. But in the program that I had already decided from, decided from Holland and Italy, Dr. Dick in Holland, he also know before forming the level 13 plus in Holland, and then the class in Italy, I had discussed with these two centers already. So you also know that in all Europe, there's two locations that I have a connection. So Italy or Holland or Italy in Eastern Europe, that we have the connection at the present time, and in the future, Hungary and Russia. So in summary, I have for connection to these countries. Depending on how you arrange, you go to Hungary or you go to Russia, because now, with all the class from the past, because we lose a lot of the time, therefore I decided that in the future, in June, the level 7 and special, I will teach you for 7 days, because you learned in the past 13 days. the level 11, 12, and 13 in the past. You learn a lot of the lessons. So now I decide you learn it in 1 week, in a shorter time. So I can teach you in a shorter days. So you can learn all of the lecture for you. And eventually I would decide in June, there is 4 connection in Holland, Italy, Russia, and Hungary for the level 7 and 7 special in June. And in December, there are 4 connections. Holland, Italy, Hungary, and Russia. In summary, from now to the future, if there are connection the most, in the class at the most, you have 4 connections. And this time, because we divide into 2 classes, the level 13 plus in Holland, and then the brain historic man, it would be in Italy. So now, depending on your faith, so through the question, through your request from the student in Holland, I understand for you, but you should remember, I confirm that for you. When your body and your spirit, when you have the responsibility, nobody can stop you from learning. Whether any, for one in your family or in society, they cannot stop you. And if you say that you don't have the financial means, don't worry. You promise to God. You have to truly promise to God. If your purpose to learn is to help your family, to help your people, to help the country, then you don't have to worry about the financial means. I know. On my path, I know. My students many have gone through that same path. When you decide to learn, then you overcome all the problem. And as you go over the problem, because you believe in the deities, and deities help you. You don't have to worry about anything. You tell me, you'll go to the Holland less cost. In Holland, you have this problem, that problem. You mentioned if you learn, you promise to God, if you learn, you can help many people in your country. Or you think like that. You don't have to ask anyone. You just think like that. If you learn, with a purpose, and you have the responsibility, your body and your spirit has a responsibility, then nobody can stop you. In the case of financial means, this is only a small issue. The primary point is that if you decide to learn, if you learn, what is that for? If you learn to help people, then you don't have to worry about financial means. Don't worry about there's no way for you to learn. All of this means the deities will take care of that for you so that you can complete your mission. That is because the mission God had given to you. Now go on, next question.
Letting me be here. And I thank God also. I would like to confirm to everybody here that what you say is true, because I don't have too much money, but I managed to come here, and I'm here, and I used all the techniques you gave me, and they are incredibly good and effective. I know that it is very helpful to all the people that I gave transfers to, and you said at the last seminar that we should not do the work. I don't know what work. That nobody can do our work. So I have a question about it, about the souls located between the chakra 3 and chakra 5. Are they supposed to stay in us to help us? Thank you, Master, and thank you for the telepathic method that you gave us earlier. And we came into contact with you this morning when we had that problem with the electronic barrier, and apparently it worked somehow. There are people who are not actually at the level. I don't know what she means by that, but they want to advance and follow our courses, so they don't have too much money. So how can we do to help them be taught the school, even though they apparently had a problem translating the translator because she was too fast, but apparently and hopefully you understood the main line of the question. Hopefully. That's what I got from the translator.
Câu trả lời: xin xác nhận những điều thầy vừa mới nói hoàn toàn là đúng. Vì trong trường hợp
I have the great pleasure of being able to communicate with you. I have a great doubt in my mind. When we did the course, I did the course in Holland, to level 13 in December. I had all the papers to stack away in order to register for the course, and I had a very grave disease and had to be hospitalized. And I was close to dying, but hopefully it wasn't the case. I was able to come to the course and to attend the course actually. Now I'm under treatment, and next week I will go back to my country to continue the treatment, but I don't know if I should do that or not. I'm afraid that there would be problems with the little cells of my blood cells, the little souls of my blood cells, if they undergo that treatment. What will happen to them, and I wonder if that treatment might hurt my cells and my souls, my little souls. Thank you, Master. What do you think about it?
Kính thưa thầy, bà này xin hỏi một câu, bà có một cái thắc mắc như sau. Khi bà học cái lớp 13 hồi năm ngoái ở tại Hòa Lan này, thì trước đó bà đã có đơn đăng ký rồi, nhưng mà sắp sửa đến ngày lớp học thì bà bị căn bệnh rất nặng và phải vào nhà thương và dường như là gần chết. Tuy nhiên bà trải qua được cái biến cố này và bà đã đi học được lớp 13 vào tháng 12 vừa rồi. Bây giờ đến tuần sau thì bà sẽ phải trở về và vô lại nhà thương để họ điều trị tiếp. Thì bà xin hỏi thầy, trong cái công thức mà chúng con học bây giờ, chúng con hiểu được tế bào, linh hồn các tế bào trong cơ thể, thì bà trở về với những cái công thức mà nhà thương người ta sẽ điều trị, thì có ảnh hưởng gì vào những cái tế bào máu của bà hay không? Những cái vấn đề họ trị bệnh bằng những công thức mà của y khoa, nó có ảnh hưởng hoặc làm hại gì cho đến những cái linh hồn và cái thể xác, đặc biệt là linh hồn của những cái tế bào của bà hay không? Dạ, xin hết thưa thầy.
For the past few days, as well as today, I explained for you about the soul of the cells, whether the soul of the cell, whether it's a bad cell that coming in to damage the body. You use energy from the light of the stars, you can convert them to become a positive cell, a good cell, to help the physical body. It is easy for you to do this. In parallel to that, I advise for this student, when you go to the hospital, beside the fact that you do the healing for yourself each day, beside the fact that you treat to the 3 local area with a severe illness, in the case of yourself, first, if you are free, you can transfer energy to help the whole hospital, and next you send energy to this area, and next to that, if you go to each room in the hospital, each room you transfer energy to help the patient in each room as you are in the hospital. Let's say you are in the hospital, you stand right here, and the room is over there. You go on you talk to the soul of the cell of the patient in front of you to merge to the main spirit of these patients, so they all can return back to God, and then you receive energy, and then you send energy to help them. That is a way that, beside the fact that you are able to help them, you are able to help your soul, the soul of the cell inside your body, to improve the immune strength, so that you are always receiving energy from the light of the star. You send to others before they can receive. You receive it first. So that way you are able to recover faster. Always remember, in the hospital that you are in, they might give you medication. Before you take the medication, you transfer energy, receive energy from the star, you send energy to the drug so you can take the drug. So it can help to improve the effectiveness of the drug without the side effect to the organs inside your body. In the case of the problem in the blood transfusion, for example, let's say they do a blood transfusion to you, you transfer energy, receive energy from the light of the star, and transfer energy. So after you transfer energy to all of the blood cells that enter into your body, then once as they are done with the blood transfusion, you do the healing for yourself, so you can control the soul of the cell to merge with the main spirit, and then transfer energy to yourself. That's done, and that way all of the cells that can adapt, the blood, the good and bad blood cell, they would all adapt inside the body to merge with the main spirit inside of you. All of the soul of the cell, the new and the old cell inside your body, they are able to adapt to each other to help you to recover faster. That is my opinion for these students. For all of you, the students, if you have a similar situation like these students, then you can apply the technique just like I have teach you, so that it is beneficial for you, for other people, so you are able to apply successfully. Next question.
Hello, Master Dang. Communication with the souls of the cells gives them on spirituality. My question is, what can we learn from the souls of our cells? Second question is it possible that cells are aware of feelings? You teach us to control ourselves, to communicate with ourselves, but can we also send love to ourselves? Third question, I'm convinced that in the recent period I have had a mental cleansing period, and I have removed several mental obstructions. Last month I received different skin affections around chakra 1. They were even oozing. A lot of moisture came out of those places, and after 3 weeks it was healed. Is it possible that my cells in those 3 weeks were removing the old dirt that before that happened I removed from my brain, from my mind? Fourth question, during a previous seminar you talked and indicated the 5 suns that were placed on the wall behind you. You told then that during level 13 plus you would explain more about the 5 stars. I think you mean the stars, the 5 colored stars that you can see behind the master, and he is very curious about the significance of those colored stars. Thank you, Master.
Dạ kính thưa thầy, người học viên này xin hỏi câu thứ nhất, thầy hướng dẫn cho chúng con biết cách chúng con có thể tiếp xúc và điều khiển được những cái linh hồn, các tế bào trong cơ thể. Thì bây giờ với trình độ tâm linh thì nếu chúng con có khả năng để tiếp xúc được với những cái linh hồn tế bào này thì chúng con sẽ học được những kinh nghiệm gì, học được những gì từ những cái linh hồn tế bào này? Câu hỏi thứ nhì, những cái linh hồn của các tế bào này có những cái sự xúc cảm hay không? Khi chúng con truyền điện hoặc là chúng con truyền cái tư tưởng để tiếp xúc với những cái linh hồn các tế bào này thì chúng con có thể nào truyền cái tình thương đến xuống những cái tầng của tế bào hay không? Ông trình bày vấn đề cá nhân của ông thì ông nghĩ trong cái bản thân của ông hiện thời ông có những cái sự cản trở trên vấn đề phát triển cái tâm thần của ông. Đôi khi có những cái sự cản trở nó làm cho ông bị lẫn quẩn trong đầu óc. Thì bây giờ ông xin trình bày với thầy một vấn đề. Cách đây khoảng 1 tháng, ông bị một cái trường hợp là bị ở chỗ cái hậu môn thưa thầy, bị lở và bị chảy mũ. Thì sau 3 tuần mới hết. Thì ông ngồi suy nghĩ có phải chăng đó là một cái hình thức là chúng con phải trải qua một cái sự thanh lọc để rồi gạt bỏ được tất cả những cái xấu. Và khi qua cái sự thanh lọc này ở thể xác thì đó là một cái triệu chứng trước khi mà kế tiếp là chúng con có thể xóa bỏ được những cái sự xấu ở trong đầu óc của mình. Thì ông xin hỏi thầy là những cái tác động trên thể xác và trên vấn đề tinh thần. Sau hết, trong cái lớp vừa qua, thầy có đề cập với chúng con về 5 cái hình mặt trời thầy dán đằng sau lưng của thầy. Chúng con có nhìn thấy 5 cái hình mặt trời thầy dán đằng sau. Và thầy có nói đến cái lớp 13 cộng thì thầy sẽ giải nghĩa chúng con rõ ràng hơn cái ý nghĩa của 5 cái ngôi sao thầy dán đằng sau lưng của thầy. Dạ xin hết thưa thầy.
Now, let me explain for you. We receive the divine love from the light of the stars. We share to all of the soul of the cells that live next to us, that is inside your body. If we can do that, if we just convince them by communicating with them, they can merge with your spirit, and you succeed. You succeed in an absolute way. It is not in a lower degree, because all of the soul of the cells of all of the living creatures, they're all the same. With our voice, right next to us, the soul of the cells, they can listen to you. If they can listen to you with the divine love that you receive from the deities, that is a lesson for us to experiment, and we experiment to help the soul that live next to us, closest to us. These are the one inside your body. Recently, I had mentioned to you, when you can control the soul of the cells, if you can do that, then you can do anything. You can control anything. Let's say you go to a higher degree. Beside the fact that you are able to use energy from the light of the stars, you are able to another form of energy, so that we can help all the body to merge, to help the body to be as light. And that point you are able to travel out to space. It's not as difficult, because right now all of the soul of the cells, they are still heavy. They are controlling us because they don't listen to you. They do it in their own will. As they do it in their own will, they don't understand much. They only know to come to live for a short lifespan, and then they go on. They just come, and then when that lifetime is done, then they go on the evolution. But then if you have the ability, you help them to evolve just like your own spirit at the moment. Your spirit has gone through, as you have learned, and with your assistant you can help them. If they listen to you, then they're all in unity with your own spirit as one. Then you would succeed. You succeed, just like your spirit. When you merge in unity with God, then at that time your body and your spirit, you can merge with God, so that you are able to help in the case of the disasters, in the case of wandering soul, in the case of sickness, in the case of teaching classes, and in dealing with all the problems in the world that we have been and we continue to do. That is the lesson and the experience as we learn when we receive the energy from the light of the stars, when we receive the divine love that God had given to us, so that we can share to all of the soul, the smallest one, the soul of the cells of the nervous system that are residing inside your body. That is how I share with you on that first part of your question. And now, yesterday, just like today, I explained already, when you are happy, when you are healthy, you don't think about the deities. When you have sickness, when you are suffering, and through the way the deities save you, that you remember the deities, you are closest to them. Why? Because they can help you. And yesterday, I also mentioned, in the near future, in this summer in America and Europe, the winter in Australia, the strange virus will appear that cause damage in America. So those who are sick first, it will be us. So that we are used to the strange virus, the flu virus, that are not affecting us, so that we are able to help this virus. Instead of damaging, you help them with the sufficient strength, so they go in to improve our immune system. So all the virus can infect the body. This virus will act as antibody to fight against this strange virus. Why? So that your body can adapt to all of this strange virus. So when it comes to you, you have such a powerful immune system to help others. As you help others, in the case of the flu virus, that causes people to have severe sickness, it may cause to death. That is how I share with you through the presentation of this student. When we encounter a problem inside our body, the pain that causes suffering to the physical body, and you know how to protect the physical body, then how can you control the soul of the cell? Then you are able to reduce the pain. And when you recognize that the pain that is causing damage to the body, then you know to love those who are sick and suffering in pain. That is one of the means that God had devised for us to learn to progress. When you are sick, or when there are others who are sick, when you can help yourself to heal, then you can help others to heal. That is one of the program from the deities who design, and that is the way for all of the body and the spirit to learn to progress. We all can learn. That is how I share with you through the presentation of these students. In the case of sickness, in the 5 stars I mentioned to you, when you come to the level 13 plus, this star, as you are about to use the pyramids, this on earth that we reside right now, the dragon and the phoenix symbolize the yin and yang principle on this earth. The stars, the billions of the stars are in space. How can we take that energy to help in the human world? By the pyramid that we practice, we are the human, man, woman, we practice the pyramid. These are the fake means. And now you found the truth already. You know how to use energy from the stars. Therefore, I use this star from the level 13 and beyond. Always you use the energy from the light of the stars. I cannot promise, because I'm still learning. It is not completed for me, so I cannot promise. When the brain of prehistoric man, we are able to learn a lot more about the energy from the stars. I do not know whether the deities allowed me to teach you beyond the energy from the star. Is there any for other form of energy? I cannot promise, because I have learned through already. If the deities allow me to teach, and I will teach, and only at that time you would know. I will explain, but now I do not explain. I already learned already. Listen carefully. I already learned already. I practice already. For that reason, for you who are fortunate that in this class I will teach you a formula about the brain of prehistoric man. In the case of spiritual sexual unification, it is beyond the ability of the energy from the sun or the stars. Listen carefully. Whatever I learn, I teach you. So this is a very powerful energy that we apply using the light of the stars, so that we can help all of the living creatures on this earth. So we can help all of these spirits so they can evolve faster. That is the reason I started to teach in the level 13 plus. I will prove to you from this image. It symbolizes billions of the stars. It's not like this 5 star that I have on the wall. Just like yesterday, I explained for you from the scientists who had written the books, and I read through and I explained for you the energy from the light of the stars that come to this earth. It might take 4 years, because the star is so far. The sun may take 8 minutes for the light to reach earth, but from a star it might take 4 years. That is the distance. The distance is almost like infinite. But then how come you can use that energy to meet the demands to help the soul of the cells? That is a lesson that from the deities who reveal to us. That's why we can apply in the human world. Whatever they can teach you, they can only teach you, but you may be able to achieve a very restricted. If they can, then you have seen the result 3 centuries ago, but they cannot. This is the lesson I want to share with you. The lesson from the people from Atlantis who had learned, who had applied. Now we relearn, because we are from above, we come down and you forget everything. But I do learn in a shortcut so that we are able to achieve the goal, so that we can help mankind. That is, I share with you the experience so you can learn, and you know why I designed in the case of the light of the stars for all of you at this level 13, so that you have the ability to control all of the toxic water, so we can help in the case of food contamination. You are able to apply for yourself and for others. Next question.
he has a son, and the relationship with this son is a relationship of love and hate. Lately, he feels that the son is going away from her. What can she do with this situation? Second question, how do you treat now the question of increasing heights? And also regarding the slimming, in other words, trying to slim down. Third question is cancer to the prostate. Do we use the general treatment? Fourth question is regarding diabetes with a person who is insulin dependent. Thank you, Master.
For the past few days, I had explained for you already. You can help those in your family and you help your friends. You can do that. But I want to elaborate further for you each night, beside the fact that you do the daily healing to help that person in your family. At night, before you go to sleep, all you need is just 5 seconds. You receive energy from the light of the star, send to the chakra 6 of your sun, 5 seconds. Receive and send only in 5 seconds, and that's done. But I want to share with you further, for those of you who are parents, when you apply using universal energy, when you apply using energy from the light of the star, you send to those of your loved one, so they can improve their personality. Do not try to harm them, because this is the love of the divine who will send to you, so you can help those loved ones, those who have conflict with you. When you help them to return, then when he returns, you have to love him. Do not, sometimes they cause you to have a grudges or anger, and you think that you have the love, you receive the light of the energy of the stars, and you send. Do you have true love, or you just bring them back as a false sense of love? You use this love and you bring your son back, so that you can condemn, then he would run away forever. I would run away, not just him. So you just when his return, you just yield and you keep on sending energy. If let's say your son return and you send energy and he's good, and when he's good and then you condemn him, then I would leave, not him. He would leave for sure. So I just want to share with you from that point. Each day we transfer energy, and sometimes he tests you to see if you are still angry, and if he tests you just like you don't feel angry. Whatever he does, and you just smile, always smile, but stay calm inside of you. A few times he try, and as the energy apply, instead of let's say go out, he return at 7, and then at 10 he return, and then he'll go back at 7. So supposedly when he go out so late, and you get worried, you feel angry, and when you transfer energy, he go back early, and then you wonder how come he's going back early. So that is a common thinking. Some of the people I know, I just want to share with you. So when let's say your son he go out so late, and when you see that he's going back home early because of your energy transfer, he go back early with the energy, powerful energy. So his friend go away, so he will go home early. As you go home early, don't cause some problem, don't cause difficulties. For let's say he asks for 10, you give him 20, for example. I give you that is reality. Let's say he asks, he asks for you for 10, and you give him 20, for example. Then that way, that's why you are improving the relationship between them. That is how it is. You can deal, and you can teach you in universal energy. You send the energy for them, the light of the energy you send to them. It is very effective to help them. If they ask you for 10 bucks, and then you only give them $2, and you say, how come you ask too much? In that sense, he will run away. You are driving them away. So I tell you, let's say he may argue with you. And because he argued with you and he asked for you for 40, you give him only 10, then he'll run away from you. So you give less money, but they don't use much. But if you give them more money, they use less. My point here is, when you transfer energy to them, they want to use money to cover for his friend, but all of your energy, all his friends run away, and he has no one who go back home, so he still have the money. Instead of using the money to instead of, let's say in the past, normally he asks for you for 15 and he use 20 because he have a lot of friends. But now, as you give him more than the money, but he use less because all of his friends run away, go away. So it is positive for you. You can see the result.
On this I share with you as I give you this reminding for all of you, so that you can improve the relationship within your children and yourself, so you can have peace in your home, because these are your own children. Let's say it is including your spouse, your husband or your wife. Now you learn. So tomorrow in the same case, it is easy for you. Now your husband or your wife, no matter where you go, I just sit here right here. I just send the energy of the star, and then you go, and then you go back home again. You don't want to go out. So in the case of the Vietnamese, many of the ladies, they want to go out and play cards, or you go to the casino. I show you the formula. And let them have diarrhea, then they won't go to the casino anymore. So now I know the casino will go bankrupt. That is, I share with you the truth. So I share with you so you can regain the order and peace inside your home, harmony inside your home. So that is how I share with you. In the case of, let's say, for others, I do not know, but for you in the past, I tell you to stay up at night 3 hours and do the work at night for 3 hours and go back to sleep 3 hours. Now I share with you. Before you eat, at lunch or dinner, you receive energy from the light of the stars. Inhale, exhale, the 3 breath protocol, and then you eat. And after you eat, you receive energy from the light of the star, and inhale, do that 3-time protocol. And when you are full, you receive energy from the light of the star. You do that 3 breath protocol. Then suddenly you feel your stomach is hungry again. Don't eat again. Before you eat, 30 minutes before you eat, you do the practice, and you go to the dining table. You eat. You improve your appetite. You eat. After you eat, and then you do the breathing protocol. And always remember, in the Catholic, you always say the prayer before you eat, before the meal. So now, if you are Catholic, you pray. That is a good thing. The Buddhists, they are so lazy. I see that the Buddhists, I tell you the truth. After they eat, they think. Before you eat, after you eat, and you think. I see many of the Buddhists after they eat. I know in Vietnam, I know the Buddhists after they eat and they pray, say a prayer. If they have a diarrhea, then they have to run. How can they say the prayer? So I tell you, before you eat, when they have all the meals prepared, receive energy from the star and transfer energy to the meal table. And then you eat. After you eat, you can do any ritual, praying or thanking, whatever you do. Because in the Catholic ritual, before you eat, you say the prayer. But you receive energy from the light of the star, and you send energy to the table, then you don't have any problem. Food poisoning, and you eat is better. Before 30 minutes before you eat, you do the breathing protocol. After you eat, you do the breathing protocol. And after you do the breathing protocol, if you feel hungry, eat again, then you will gain weight. So that is not only in that too. Let's say you happen to eat beside lunch and dinner. Let's say you go out to the restaurant. Let's say, for example, you go attend wedding party or a funeral dinner. Let's just go in. Let's say, for example, you go to the washing room. Let's say you're washing your hand. As you do that, you receive energy from the light of the star. You do the 3 breath protocol, and then after you wash your hand, you go out and you eat, and then you have no problem. And then you won't have any problem by gaining weight. That's my idea to show. This is only for you, not for others. Only for those of you who know how to use energy from the light of the stars. Only the level 13 plus, you can apply this formula. Others, they cannot use it. This is to help you. You can go back home and you apply. Remember one thing that I want to elaborate, that when you do the breathing, when you are full after the dinner, then you do the 3 breath protocol. If you feel hungry again, don't eat again. If you eat again, then you gain a lot more weight. Just drink water alone. That's good. In the case of increasing height, in the past, you treat in the location between the Shakatu and the anus. Now you take notes, because now you are in the level 13 plus. I just show you first. You transfer energy, you do the healing for yourself already, the general healing. This is the only a way to, the technique to increase height. So you receive energy from the light of the star, you send energy to you send the energy to your butt stock, to the 2 pelvic bone, and then to the 2 knee. This is after you do the general healing for yourself. Now you receive energy from the light of the star to send energy to the 2 pelvic bone, and then the second time you receive energy and then send to the knee, and you send energy to the pelvic bone of the right and of the left, and send energy to the right and the left knee. As you do so, then for sure you might feel pains. If you feel aches and pains at the pelvic bone, the knee, when you experience that pain, then you know it is effective. Continue on each day. You transfer energy once a day like that. When you feel that the location of the pelvic bone and the knee, you feel pain, then it is effective. The bone is growing. All the formula from the past, you use it. You use this formula. This is for those of you who are in this level 13 plus. You try to practice to apply. Then in the next class, you learn about the brain of prehistoric man. Then you have many more opportunity to do it better. And that opportunity would come when you go to the class. I will teach you. And in the case I have taught you, the technique, all you do is in the general case. For the case of prostate cancer, if inside there is a cancer, all you do is you do the general healing. However, if let's say in the case of the prostate and cancer that caused a lot of pain, that came outwards, a lot of pain, that affect out to the skin or to the region close to the prostate. In summary, if beside the prostate, outside your skin, the pain came out, you feel the pain outside, then you transfer energy directly to that local area of the pain, so that you can help the local area with the pain, and also you are able to help in the case of the prostate with the cancer, such as like recently the student had asked about the intestine. So instead of treating in internal, tomorrow it will be better, but you transfer energy directly to the local area of the pain, then after 15 seconds you are able to reduce the pain and helping the intestine problem. That is, to take note carefully on that. In the case of diabetes, you need to remember these people. Each day you put their name into collective list, and you request the one with the diabetes each time to take the insulin or the medication. Let's say with this bottle they have to take for 10 days, they give it to you, you transfer energy, and you transfer energy to that bottle. After 10 days he has another refill, then you transfer energy, and after 10 days he needs to redo the refill. And after after a while you ask the patient to do the medical examination to test the glucose in the blood, to test the amount of glucose in the blood. If the doctor sees that the amount of glucose in the blood is normal, then it's up to the doctor. The doctor will reduce the dosage in terms of the insulin. So you can experiment for 10 days. When you transfer energy to help the person to take the medication, after 10 days, you ask the person to go to have a blood test. And when they do the blood test and the blood glucose content is in control, then they reduce the dose. Next question.
And giving me the opportunity to be here. People that are pregnant, could they come to these seminars at level 13 plus? Dear Master, thank you for allowing me to be here and listening to me. I have a daughter-in-law who is pregnant. I was wondering if it is okay for them to join us during the level 13 plus and 13 plus plus. Is it okay for them? Could they join us? My second question relates to my job. I am a farmer. I produce chicken. I have 3 big farms. I have one big problem which I always face with, and it is with virus and some kind of virus, which in Iran we are not able to get rid of. That's why the production of my farm has been reduced. Is there anything that you can teach me so that I can do, so that I can improve my production line, so that I can reduce my price and help more people with this job that I have? Thank you very much.
Is his daughter-in-law, is she the student or just a visitor? A student of level. Dạ kính thưa thầy, người học viên này bên Hòa Lan xin hỏi thầy những câu như sau. Câu hỏi thứ nhất là trong trường hợp ông có đứa con dâu mà hiện giờ là đang có thai, thì bây giờ người con dâu của ông ta đang có thai như vậy có được quyền dự học lớp 13 cộng hoặc là kế tới là học lớp 13 cộng hay không? Là cái người học viên mà có thai như vậy khi học những cái lớp cao của nhân điện có những cái tác dụng gì hay không? Xin thầy có thể giải thích cho ông hiểu. Vấn đề thứ nhì, ông là ông có một cái nông trại, ông có nuôi những con gà, thì trong trường hợp của ông ở bên xứ Iran có một cái tình trạng những cái loại vi khuẩn, vi trùng nó làm cho những con gà bị bệnh. Đó là một cái vấn đề rất là nan giải và rất là tốn kém trong trường hợp của ông, vì cái sự sản xuất của những con gà nó bị kém đi. Thì xin thầy có công thức nào để giúp cho ông trong trường hợp nông trại nuôi gà mà để giúp được cho những con gà tránh những cái tình trạng bị những loại vi trùng làm bị bệnh, bị chết hay không? Dạ xin hết thưa thầy.
Now, with these two questions, I can help you with my opinion, so you can help to improve your economy. I'll ask the master to clarify for us about the casino part first.
Dạ kính thưa thầy, ở bên Hòa Lan này chúng con có rất nhiều những người học viên vẫn chưa nắm vững được cái công thức mà để ứng dụng trong trường hợp mà những người bị nghiện đánh bài cờ bạc vô casino thưa thầy. Thì xin thầy lặp lại cái công thức mà trong trường hợp những người mà khoái đi vô casino thì làm sao chúng con có thể áp dụng được. Tại một số những người Hòa Lan ngày hôm qua ghi không có được rõ ràng.
Supposedly, in a case, I want to help one student who has a friend or who has problem with casino gambling. Also, during the break, I have discussed with some of you who are in a large EV family. So this is for the first time in this level 13 plus. Beside the fact that I teach you the formula that you receive energy from the light of the star to heal people and to help in some of the difficult cases. And in addition to that, you are able to use the brain of the prehistoric man. It is not officially yet, but it is for now. You can use. Now you listen carefully so I can help you. If for you, let's say you have a problem with gambling, go to the casino. Just like I have taught you to this student in the case of the smoking. So if you determine to stop, if you apply this technique, then whether you don't or not, you will be able to stop from the casino. The moment when you have the desire to go to the casino, then you will have diarrhea until when you totally quit, you don't want to go to the casino again, then it will stop. So that is a simple formula for you to help, so you don't have a chance to go to the casino anymore. So instead of going to the casino, instead of using that time gambling, you can use that time to receive energy from the light of the star, to send elsewhere to help people, to help the people, so that you can benefit from the blessing that God has given to you, to all of you. So now, among yourself, you listen carefully now. For you, you try to do that on yourself, so that you don't have that gambling problem, go to casino. For others, then you can control, but for us, if you want to determine to stop gambling, then you promise to the master, you promise to me, Master, if you help me to stop gambling, then I will stop. You don't have to say much. That's all you need to say. First, after you say that, then you receive energy from the light of the stars. Send it to your chakra 6 3 times, not more than 10 seconds. After that, you receive energy from the light of the stars, send to the right intestine, on the right side of the intestine 3 times, no more than 10 seconds. Then you do that only once, only one time. And from then on, cannot tell you. If you have the will, you want to go into the gambling, you have diarrhea. The problem that you have with diarrhea, the energy that causes you to have diarrhea, so that you don't go into the casino gambling. When in your mind you don't want to go to the casino, the moment you step out of the casino, then the diarrhea problem stops. I tell you, let's say you go to the diarrhea to go to the toilet, you think it is done, and you go into the casino again. The moment you step into the door of the casino, you go out to have diarrhea again. And sometimes in the case of Vietnam, they keep on going back and forth to the toilet all the time. That is because you volunteer, you determined to stop. I help you in that sense. Now for others, you don't have to pray. For others, you see that person, you know that person is a gambler. You don't have to go into the casino. You know your friend, he is a gambler. So instead of giving healing, you transfer energy to that person to have diarrhea. Because that has no problem. Only he has a diarrhea attack. Then he has to go into the toilet. And then the moment he step out into the casino again, he has to run into the toilet. I tell you, that's all. I tell you that in the case of the people who has constipation, they have a diarrhea attack, but they go into the toilet. But in fact, they don't go. They just have to go in there, like in the case of constipation. They go in there and sit there. They cannot do anything. And then going back and forth to the toilet, and then they stop. They don't want to go to the casino anymore. The moment they leave the casino, and sometimes when you go to the car, you turn around. You want to go back to the casino, and then you go to the toilet. That is how I teach you. If you don't believe in me, starting tomorrow, Monday, you try. If you yourself, you have problem gambling, you apply the technique I show you. Then for you yourself, you tell me, you promise to me, I'm not next to you, but through your voice, as you send it out to space, then for sure my spirit I can receive, and I'll help you on that sense when you determine to quit gambling. So that is in a case to solve for you for the problem with gambling, for yourself and for others. That is for you. It's better for you. Those of you who have your spouse who has problem, and all you need is that technique, then you can help them to stop. That's all you can do. If you have your spouse with problem, then you can send them, instead of go to the casino, they go to the toilet. Now you can continue on to ask questions.
Yeah. Dear Master, would you like to tell us how to treat atrophy cells of the main nerves of the eyes? And the second, how can we help to the young men who have problems with his sexual potency? With other words, who is impotent? That's all.
Dạ, kính thưa Thầy, người học viên này bên Macedonia xin hỏi 2 câu như sau. Câu hỏi thứ nhất, xin Thầy có thể nào chỉ chúng con cái công
stars on behind you, and on behalf of all Iranian, I thank you.
Dạ, kính thưa Thầy, thay mặt cho tất cả những người học viên ở bên Iran, chúng con người học viên bên Iran này, xin Thầy có thể nào Thầy giải thích cho chúng con biết cái ý
The sun logo stickers, in that sun logo sticker there is the pyramid, the yin and yang principle, symbolize the dragon and the phoenix. I explained for you. The 5 stars that I have in here that you have seen, that you are able to apply. That is the energy from the symbolize the energy from the light of the stars. Listen carefully. And these 5 stars, the light from the stars, as I place behind me, that is symbolize billions of the stars. That any of the stars, any form of the star, you are able to retrieve the energy from them. Eventually, the light of the stars, just like in the previous days, I had mentioned to you, I am still learning. With everything that I learned beyond the capacity of the light of the stars, I have other capacity. Just like for the past 3 days, you learn you are outdated this class. You are very fortunate. This is for the first time I transfer energy for you. The first time I apply a very infinite source of energy. Infinite source of energy that I had never used, even though I just learned in a recent time. But you are very fortunate that in this class for the past few days, I transfer energy for you. The energy, the powerful energy, soothing energy, just like a source of energy, the love from the deities sending to us. It is even more subtle than that. But I do not know if the deities allow me to teach. If they allowed me, then I will teach you in the next class. It doesn't mean I tell you to go to the class. Whether you decide to go to the class or not, I don't think about that. How much you learn, it is up to you. You learn more or less, it is up to you. When I decide to teach, as many people who come to learn, I teach. I teach so I can help you, so you have the chance to serve others. Therefore, this symbolizes the energy, let's say the 5 stars. Out in the universe, they have billions of the stars, we cannot even count them. So it is only a symbolic way. This is a symbol like the light of the stars that you have. The pyramid and the yin and yang principle, the dragon and the phoenix. So all of these form symbols that in the previous seminars I often mention. We have to stand beyond the earth, outside the 3-dimensional world. When we stand from outer space, we can look into the earth. Then wherever it is needed, that the EU teaching of UE had been established for more than 15 years, we have contributed to this earth. These are the cases that you learn, you can apply, you are able to help the people in this earth. Perhaps there are millions of you, millions of the people that you had helped in many aspects of life. It doesn't mean that only in the case of healing the sick. I give you one simple example. Let's say you organize a level 3 class with 46 line connection. Then you call 46 connection, I'm the 47th one, I listen to you through the phone. I tell all of you, you get ready so that I can open chakra 100% for you for in the 47 connection, because many countries are connected. And in 1 minute I transfer energy. Not just for you, you have the chakra open 100%, but with my energy, as I receive from the deities, I send to 47 locations. And in these 47 locations, for those who are in this location, they can benefit from the energy that I send to, even though their chakra are not open. Listen carefully. And then several times there is a link, a ties. Then there are so many people who can benefit from the energy as the deities are given to us, we share out to them. That is how I show you, so you know, so you can apply. Now go on, next question. Received a message from the deities when I came to Ice Rock. The most special case, I don't know where Ice Rock, I don't know where the sacred ground, but there is an energy that drawn me. I have to stop right there and have to go to a certain area that today you and many of you had confirmed that is symbolized the brain of prehistoric man. And in recent years I had confirmed as I received the message from the deities that is the brain from the prehistoric man that exists about 3 billion years ago, that God had created the human, the first human, and that human has the power of creating all of the living creature. Listen carefully. We do not have the greed to create all of the living creatures, but once you can merge to the brain of prehistoric man, then you can control all of the living creatures so that we can help them. Because now we are just like all of the others from now to the past. Listen carefully. The human from now to the past, we are all the same. And we are blocked since the year from the past 200,000 years until now. We are blocked. From the time of the master in Atlantis, 200,000 years ago, they had wisdom and enlightenment, but then they lack one thing. They do not have the capacity to control the soul of the self. All of the human and the living creature, they cannot do that. But now we are not the master. We are not the master of Atlantis in our physical body now. But our spirit, we had lived in Atlantis in many times. In three era, Atlantis had been sunk. First about 200,000 years. The second era, that was 125,000 years ago. And the last time it was 75,000 years. That is a lesson I learned from the deities. How can I determine the 75,000 and 125,000 and 200,000? And for 75,000 years ago, all of the spirit from Atlantis, they all returned back to God. And then, maximum of 200,000 years ago, after 200,000 years, you and me, all of the spirit from Atlantis, God sent down here to the human world. This time, me, you, all of us, we know how to learn the lesson from the deities, control the soul of the cells, the soul of the cell in the nervous system of the human body, and in all of the living creatures. You are able to achieve it. And with that, I hope that in the decade of 21st century, who knows, you and me will have the chance to travel out to space in our physical body. Just like we are light, just like the air, we are as light, our body and our spirit as light, and we can travel out to space without any complication or restriction. That is how I share with you in the way to determine how long we live. If I cannot determine. And you ask about the name of the person, I do not know the name of the person. I only know that the first man appeared on this earth. There's no stranger. That is God. Therefore, nobody knows that whether that is man or woman. There is a powerful energy that formed the first human, and that from that the first human has a creative power to give birth to all of the living creature. We don't know whether that is man or woman. How come now we refer to God as a male? I explained that perhaps the author who write the scripture, who are the men who write, refer to God as a man. If at that time in the past the author was a woman, then now we will refer to God as a female figure. That is from my understanding I shared with you in many previous class. Today I just share with you only a portion of it so you understand. That is in the case of the prehistoric man in Ice Rock. I do not know the name, but there is a light from God who sent down, and that would be the first time when God appeared. As God have the power to create all of living creature, to experiment on this earth for 3 billion years until now, it is not completed yet. We do not have the wisdom and enlightenment, all of the human race. That is on the first part I want to share with you. And now, you will remember, I don't know about the 12 disciples of the Christ, but from my understanding, from the East, for the past few days, I had presented to you about Buddha, Prince Siddhartha, the son of a king who is about to take the throne. He abandoned everything. He have a lot of debt to the world. And his spirit, whether he go to Nirvana or he go back to God, his spirit has to go back down here to contribute to help mankind. It doesn't mean that he has a lot of debt, but because of the love, seeing that we are all suffering, he come down here taking the form of the human form. The human, only those who are on the spiritual path that they can know by the energy. The fact that he's afraid of the world, afraid of the people in the world, he's afraid that we commit the sin. About 2,000 years ago, Jesus Christ came and sacrificed to help mankind. We cannot recognize him, and we crucified him. So you can see, therefore, so there are so many disciples. How many Buddhists and Christian disciples who want to see the Buddha and to see the Christ? You want the Buddha standing in front of you? Do you know Christ in front of you? Do you know? You know. You don't know because you anticipate, but you wait. If he takes the form of the human flesh standing in front of you, can you recognize him? No, you don't. Regardless how high you learn in your spiritual path, you cannot tell. You don't know. But from my understanding, I learned from the deities, the high spirit, as God sent down here. These are the spirits that exist hundreds of thousands of years ago. These are the masters from Atlantis, from Egypt. All those masters that were here thousands of years ago, now they return back to this earth so that they can combine their effort together to help the entire human world and the living creatures. First, the human need to reach wisdom and enlightenment. And from that would be the successful, that God can train the humankind. Therefore, all of the high spirits have to come down here, taking the form that nobody can recognize them. About the 12 disciples of Jesus Christ or the disciple of Buddha, they are in a human form. They also contribute to share, to sacrifice their own life for the sake of humanity. Therefore, we call them as the disciple of Jesus Christ. These are the saints. As you know, God sent the spirit of Buddha, God sent the spirit of Christ, God sent the spirit of these high beings, the master of Egypt, master in Atlantis. There are so many that exist for billions and billions and millions of years. There are so many of them with wisdom and knowledge from the spirit that God sent down here. Similarly, like in this time, now who can tell you that you have wisdom and enlightenment? Even if they know, they would not dare to say, because we are ordinary people. But then how come they don't research properly on the ordinary people just like us? But we have the special ability that they don't pay attention to because of fear, because they're afraid they lose what they have, they're afraid that of being sued, or because of their self-interest. These are the points I want to share with you. Because of this point that they are afraid, whether they are afraid or not, when it happens, we come to do the work. Whether they are afraid, whether they are not afraid, whether they try to hide or they try to cover, or whatever, our work, we continue on to do our work. When we get to the point, and the last point, meaning the time, in the shortest time, that would be in June, or the longest would be by the year 2005. Perhaps we have many opportunity to serve. When on this earth we have the threat, and in the nearest, that will be tomorrow. Listen carefully. We will apply. We apply from the small to the bigger task. Starting from tomorrow, it's not like the end of this month or the end of this year. Tomorrow. So whether you want to do it or not, it is up to you. But if you, it is up to you. If you don't want to do it, it is up to you. It's yours, not mine. If it is beyond your capacity, you call on me. I will combine myself with you to help you to do it. Listen carefully. That is how I share with you with my knowledge and my experience as I learn from the deities, so that you have the opportunity to learn, to progress. This is the highest means for you to progress in both material. You can help the body with wisdom, and spiritual, you have the spirit with enlightenment. Now, as you know, in many previous class, now I just summarize for you in short. The pyramid, that is a fake means, but you learn from the lower levels, you practice the pyramids, you lost the energy, you feel discomfort from the level 6 and higher, you practice up to the level 7 special. This is a fake means, but with this fake means, you can meditate. You reach a superb state of meditation that you are able to receive the energy from the deities, from Buddha, from Jesus Christ, from God, to help us with health, so that we are able to help the body with health. And in addition to that, with our knowledge, we develop on a spiritual path, so we can help the spirit to be enlightened. And we are able to bring so many opportunities through our practice. We can help other people to be just like us at the present and in the future. I cannot confirm that that is for you, but this is the lesson I learned from the deities. It's not that I can design it by myself. If you are from the Buddhist teaching, you can see it seems like the Buddha sitting in the lotus posture. Or yesterday I mentioned to you, this is the crucified Christ, the symbol. This is a fake means, But when we practice so that we can receive the truth, and that is the divine love that God had given to us. The truth is the ability that God had given to us. The truth is you will receive the energy from the universal energy, the energy from the sun and the stars, so that you can serve humanity. That is how I want to share with you about these points. And now I have explained for you for the past 2 days already. You need to remember any of the living creatures, the humans as well as an animal, they have the soul. Whether that person is through cloning, but then it merged with all of the soul to form the human. That person already exists on this earth, and that person is, let's say, a human clone. And that is a human clone is from the human, man-made, not by God. What is the purpose of that person? I do not want to say much about this, because in America, there are many times the president who allow and sometimes they don't allow. But in the last time when the President Bush, who decided not to do the research on human cloning, but he allowed one of the company to research about the cloning, the private sector, they can research. In a private company, they can do that research. But the government, they ban that research. So whether they do it and they are successful or not, the secret between the government and this private company, I know it, but I do not want to say it. Because if I say it, it is difficulty. So I don't want to touch this sensitive subject. I hope that at the right time, I will present to you more on this subject. Eventually, the scientists, through the human clone process, they have many of the people on earth, just like I had mentioned to you, eventually the premature baby, let's say was born for 5 or 6 months premature, you are able to send energy to help them to grow healthy without any complication in terms of their health. That about, I remember 8 or 9 years ago, there are many scientific meeting with you in Holland. I mentioned to you, who knows, in the future we are able to give birth a lot, to increase the world population. We are able to give a lot of birth, and in the case of premature birth, we are able to increase the world population, and we have to worry about food or nutrition to take care of these children. We don't have to worry about these factors. We don't have to worry about the lack of food. But eventually the world population increase, that we have problem with the food, but we don't have to worry about that. That is how I want to share with you. With everything that I can reveal to you, I just want to summarize for you so you understand. You know, with this experience, you would be able to meet the demand to help other people. And there are other subjects that are not so simple. The purpose of the scientists, as they make the human clone, then for sure there is a purpose. And the purpose is not as simple. I even know a portion of it in America. There are many of them, the human clones, they are not just 2-3 years old. As I know, at least they are now 15 to 18 years of age. These are the human clones that are living. They don't have any parents. That the scientist has conducted an experiment in the human clones. And what is the purpose of them in their research? I do not want to have any comments. Even though the American scientists, they have the approval to conduct the research on human cloning. That's how I want to share with you on a few points. I hope that you have the chance. I will present to you. Now go on, next question.
Dang, thank you that I can be here in the seminar. I'd like to ask you a few questions. First, we had, when we treated people, we did it for 1 week, a certain period, and then they had to contact us to ask for a prolongation of the treatment. Is this still the same, or can we simply stop treatment when they don't ask for it, when it is no longer necessary? Second question, I have a question about cancer cells, especially skin cancer. I have a relative who has skin cancer, and every time that I treated this person, that I was afraid that instead of an inhibition to the growth of the cells, I was thinking that I would stimulate them to grow, so that it would be worse instead of better. What can I do about this fear? Third question: what can we do for the souls of the deceased if we cannot be present at the moment of the funeral or the cremation? So what can we help the souls of the deceased that are already buried or cremated?
Dạ kính thưa Thầy, người học viên này mình xin hỏi 3 câu như sau. Câu hỏi thứ nhất: khi chúng con trị bệnh tập thể hoặc là trị bệnh cho một người nào yêu cầu chẳng hạn, thì chúng con có thể trị cho người đó được 1 tuần, xong rồi người đó phải liên lạc lại cho chúng con, rồi nếu người đó hết bệnh thì chúng con ngưng, nhưng mà nếu người đó yêu cầu tiếp tục thì chúng con vẫn trị. Thì như vậy có một cái thời gian ấn định là một người thì mình trị cho vòng 1 tuần, hay là có như thế nào trên vấn đề cái ấn định thời gian? Vấn đề thứ hai là bà xin trình Thầy, trong trường hợp những người bị ung thư, là bị ung thư da, thì khi bà truyền điện như Thầy có dạy chúng con thì chúng con phải truyền điện và tiếp xúc cho những cái linh hồn các tế bào. Thì trong trường hợp này là ung thư da, có thể là khi chúng con truyền điện hoặc tiếp xúc cho những cái linh hồn tế bào mà nó có tác dụng ngược, có nghĩa thay vì những cái tế bào này nó tăng trưởng để nó chống lại cái bệnh, thì ngược lại nó tăng trưởng lên nhưng mà nó tàn phá và nó gây cho cái bệnh ung thư nặng hơn. Thì xin Thầy có thể nào giải thích cho bà hiểu hơn cái tác dụng khi chúng con truyền điện vô những cái tế bào, trong trường hợp này là tế bào ung thư, mà không có bị gây những cái ảnh hưởng cho nó phản tác dụng. Câu hỏi sau cùng: trong trường hợp những người đã qua đời rồi, đã chết, thì nếu chúng con có sự hiện diện thì chúng con có thể cầu nguyện giúp cho linh hồn được tiến hóa, được trở về khối sáng. Nhưng trong trường hợp những người đã chết rồi, ví dụ chôn rồi,
As you help the people who to heal faster, perhaps in 3 or 5 days. However, through the presentation of this student, I want to share with you in general that each time when you heal a person, you do that in a maximum of 7 days a week. If they don't request, then after 7 days you stop. If they request to continue, then you do that for another 7 days. Sometimes perhaps you can treat them for several months, or sometimes you can treat them for only 2 or 3 days. That is how I want to share with you, in the case that it is not necessary to count the time, but in a minor case, you treat them maybe faster. Not to mention, you listen to what they describe the disease. When you sometimes they tell you the problem and you heal them, and instantly it is cured. Sometimes because of the case of the possession, the moment you transfer energy, all of the wandering soul they return to the light and they are cured instantly. This happened in a real incident I want to share with you. About 10 years ago, one of the young girl, very beautiful young girl, a daughter of one of the influential official in the country A, I just want to share with you. And she was in a mental hospital and has to take the drugs in the mental hospital for 6 years. A number of you who are doctors in that country who came to learn UE, only on level 4, when they came back, they can detect it was a case of false mental disease and treat instantly, the person is cured. And suddenly that doctor became famous because the daughter, she cured the daughter of one of the influential person in the country. A number of the old students in here, you know about that incident. I just want to share with you a portion of that. So you know, since it is a false mental disease, all you need is just 1 minute, you are able to cure. In a real disease, it might take a few weeks, depending on the severity of the illness, that you are able to help them without any problem. That is the first part I want to share with you. On the second part, I had explained for you this morning in the first 3 hours already. When you, let's say, you want to take the drugs, you transfer energy to the drugs, you take in the drugs, the chemical can help the body without any side effect. When you receive energy from the light of the star, that you go send directly into the body of the person who is sick, then You are able to solve in all situations, including the virus or the cell that cause damage, negative cell, whether they are good or bad cell or the good high or low spirit, we are able to harmonize them all. You have an energy from the light of the stars. You are able to help them all to harmonize. This cell right here, you request the soul of the cell in all of the body so that they all can harmonize together to merge with the main spirit so they can evolve faster. You are sending the seed of the Bodhi seed, the light from the light of the star you send. That's why you can help them. They all can adapt. They all can receive it in happiness because you give it to them equally. So even if the bad virus, they would love the good virus. The bad spirit, they will love the good spirit because in the past, instead of damaging, so now since they live together, they cooperate together with the energy from the light of the star. You can help them. They can recognize it. So they cooperate together. Just like in the case of wandering soul who enter the body, when you send energy, then they thank that body. Because with that body, as they enter to possess, they cause a lot of problem. And in the many previous class, sometimes as the spirit exit the body to learn to go back to the light, when they have the ability, they return back. So they can help that these people, that the people that they caused problem in the past, when they possess that body, when they cause problem, pain and sickness to that person the person lost their work, lost their job. So when they recognize it, when they learn, when they have sufficient capacity, they return back with their energy. They help that person that they possess with their capacity that they gain. They help that person and the family of that person that they possess. So that is how I share with you. So you know, you don't have any concern or worries. You only love and you send to help them to progress. It doesn't mean that we send energy to the damage to kill them. In that sense, you to have concern about they are conflicting and causing problem. You only help them so they all can evolve. And in that sense, there is no opposition. So you can rest assured. In the case of skin cancer, I advise for you, you put that person into the list, collective list. That is the best way. You don't have to treat locally. That is on the second part of the question I want to share with you. And there's many times from any levels. In the case of death after burial or cremation, it is hard for us to apply to help. Because as you know, after burial or cremation, the spirit is gone. You can help if the spirit is present. After burial or cremation, the spirit is gone. How can you help? Even if you want to help, you cannot because they are gone. They are not there anymore. Therefore, with everything that I learned, I teach you in the past, we cannot change. That is how I want to share with you, so you can understand from that principle. However, there are some of the special case. Who knows? You go to a cemetery, you will go to see the grave of the one that you wish to help, but you don't know whether that person is there or not. But when you came to the grave of that person, if you sense the energy from the chakra 3 down, then you know you are helping that person to go on to the path. And that's done. That is the presence of the spirit right next, and you are able to, you have the capacity with the powerful energy that God had given to you. Then unintentionally, as you just go to visit the grave of the person who died, but due to the link by faith between you and that spirit, you are able to detect the presence of that spirit, and that one warn you so that you know their presence and they go away by the light. If you go to visit the cemetery, the grave of the one your acquaintance who passed away, and that is a way that you can apply to, you can help liberating the soul. Once you detect their presence, then they are gone. Besides the fact that you do a knock ritual when you go to visit the cemetery, and that is one of the way unintentionally you are able to help the spirit to go to the light easily. Next question.
Master, I have two questions. The first one concerned water, the problem with water and the stickers. When we are at the level 6, when we're at level 6, we could put the pyramid on the container or the main arrival of the water, the main tube. the main drain, and you could use it and put it there and use it and clean up the water. But can we put now the sticker on the main arrival, the main water, the main source of water coming from outside of the house? Second question. Can we put the sticker also at the spring? At a spring, so that we can clean the water? Second question. Is there any relationship between the two bombings of September 11 and the one that just happened, which just happened? I'm sorry, I'm tired. In Madrid. I'm sorry.
Now let me answer for you. The past.
Dans le passé.
Your energy is still weak. Now you remember you are in a level 13 plus now. All you need is just 5 seconds. The reason that I advise for you, you place this sticker on the water container so that when you transfer energy there, it would keep the water there purified without being infected. If somebody who pour in the poison, for example, you are able to neutralize it. Remember it. And when you store in the water container, with this logo sticker, you transfer energy, and you use this water, you can give it to others. And let's say you put it in on the well, because the water may change. So in the case of the main water pipe, the water had changed. And you place a sticker, it's just like you transfer energy to a main water supply. In the water supply, they have millions of the water in a city. You cannot do that. So if you don't have the large container, let's say you have a 100-liter container, or with a 100-liter container, all you need is just 5 seconds, and then you can use this water and you can give it to others. It is so simple. That is the water fountain that you use. Now, let's say in the case of dirty water, you'll leave all of the dirty substance. After you leave it be, when all of the heavy substance come down to the bottom, and then you take that the clean water to another container, and then you place the sticker, and all you need is send energy, receive energy from the light of the star, send it to the water container. 5 seconds. That's all you need. Now you don't have, you cannot place the logo sticker on the main pipe or the well, because you are not able to do that. I explained for you that point clearly. So you need to do it correctly. Otherwise, if unintentionally you do it incorrectly on the well, it has no effect. I explained for you in the case of water storage, so you have water to use. So you can use this water supply, you can share to others. There's no problem. And then in the next part, as this student mentioned, I cannot answer for you. First of all, I'm not in there. How do I know? How come there's a relationship or not? I teach you of universal energy. I'm not the intelligence service. I don't know who can do this. You ask, no matter how I answer, it's incorrect. So how can I give you the right answer? So on this, I cannot give you answer because I do not know. If I do not know, whatever I answer is wrong. Even if I know, sometimes it is incorrect. So I don't know. So how can I can give you the answer? So now on that one, I don't have the answer. So one more question. Then at the right time, I will teach you about spiritual sexual unific. So now one more question.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I have one more question. It's a technical question. Now we treat until up to 13 plus all the countries single. Can we now, with the energy that we have, treat the whole continent? Repeat again. Isn't it possible, for example, to treat single continents instead of single countries? If we use it this way, we might be able to treat more. Let's say I treat Southeast Asia, 20 to 30 countries, and then South America, Europe, and so on. And maybe this is a little much to treat. And my second question, Is it possible, for example, to treat a river or a sea or an ocean? This is all I want to know. Thank you very much, Master.
Now, in reality, many of you in the large AOE family, you always learn so that you have a chance to help humanity. That is a good thing because your spirits, our spirit, we are sent by God. That the purpose of our spirit in this physical form right now, it is to help the mankind as best as we can. Me, you, we all have the same common thinking, which is love toward others. As I teach you for the past few days, we have the limitation, including me. For that reason, I advise for you, after you learn that level 13 plus, the first thing you need to practice the breathing protocol to take care of yourself. You do the collective list to take care of those loved ones. And next, you transfer energy to the region where you live, to your country where you reside. And that is, each day, you do that constantly. If you love your children or your family members who has problem with their mind, then beside the fact that you give them the healing collectively or the individual healing, each night you spend the time, you receive energy, you send to their chakra 6, each person about 4 or 5 seconds, and that you complete your responsibility. You can send energy here or there, elsewhere, the region where you reside or and the neighboring region. You don't have the capacity to do it for the continent. In the same way for me, even though each day I transfer energy for you once, because you are in a large AOE family all over the world, in parallel to that, I sometimes receive energy. The new energy that I receive, I cover the whole earth. But then as I have it, I receive the message from the deities. I have the energy. I have the capacity to send energy to the earth. But then the human, or the living creature, do they accept to receive the energy or they do not? So on that, it depends on the human race. I give, and if you want to, then you receive. If there's a problem happen that you can help, sometimes you cannot even help all. You cannot help in an infinite way. That is how I can share with you. Just like yesterday, I gave you the example. If let's say you have 1,000, you give to 10%, then each they will have 100. Then they can use it in many ways to help them. And if you have only 1,000, you give to 1,000,000 person, then they don't have much. There's no way they cannot even buy a candy. They can just hold it just for fun. So it is a waste of 1,000 that you have. So instead, with 1,000, so you give it to 10%. Then this 10% will link to you by faith. Then this 10%, because of the money that you gave, they can develop on spiritual and on material. They can help others. It is useful. That is the example I gave you. Let's say you give this 100 to this person. That is they are able to use that 100 and they can buy food and they can sell and buy 80 and they have 20 to give it to the church, for example. And each of them like that, and if a million of them they can do that, then they can build a bigger temple, and others have a chance to go to pray, and that is a way that you contribute in there. That is a means that you can help them to think of God, Christ, and Buddha to develop on a spiritual path. And now, let's say you only have 1,000, you try to give it to 1,000,000. Each of them they have less than a cent, then they just throw it away. 1,000,000 they have less than a cent, they throw it away. Then eventually you just lost 1,000. It is meaningless. So I give you that a simple example, the simple example for you, but it is very profound for you, so you can apply. You have a sincere heart. All of us, we have a sincere heart. I have a sincere heart. So more or less, we will contribute according to our will. Perhaps we can do it more. When you have the responsibility, your body, your spirit, you have the responsibility. You don't have to worry about how much you can contribute, more or less. For sure, we will be able to help. In a different environment, in a different opportunity, a different time. It's not like this time or this opportunity. One more time, I share with you. So now with your work, perhaps you have a lot more work ahead of you. You do more work. If you have the opportunities to come together. In April, I will teach you as you learn. I will share with you my experience. And then you, me, all of us, we will have many more works and we'll be so busy with many things ahead of us to take care of your family, your society, your country, and others. Besides the fact that you take care of yourself, your family, your country, these are the opportunities according to your desire. For sure, you would see it. As you can achieve it, you can help, you can apply, then you can see the result in front of you. Only in that manner, that would be the motive that help you to work further. Now, let's say you sit right here, you have the ability, you send energy to Asia, you can. You know the effect of it? You don't. You are in a city, in a town, in Paris. Let's say you are in Paris. Each day you transfer energy to Paris. Each day you transfer the energy to Paris. And when there's a problem happen everywhere else, they have a problem except Paris. Then you can see the result, you see the effect that you spend the time and effort to learn. You know how to use energy from the sun. You send the energy to Paris. Then how come others they have problem this and that? How come in Paris they don't have any problem? Then you will see that is right. Now you see that's how God loved you. God had given to you that mission. You contribute. You see the result in front of you. That is going to be one of the driving force helping you to send energy to many countries out in Europe, all of the countries in Australia, in Africa, in America. But now let's say you sit right here. The Master have taught you. You receive energy from the star and you send to Asia, the continent. And in Asia, there are 5 continents. And in Asia, there are so many countries. Now you say, how come I send energy? How come in 10 countries in Asia they have problems? They have a problem with the virus. But with that virus, millions of people who die and millions of the chicken die. So you cannot see the real result. You keep on complaining and you say that you're not fortunate you help the people. And you see the virus causing a problem. So instead of a million people die, so a million chickens sacrifice their life. So that is only with all the chicken that would cause a problem. That now the many people they don't want to eat chicken anymore with that problem with the virus. So now just through this question, I just want to show you. I know from your mentality, like all of you and like me, you have one common ground. You want to help people, mankind. As we come to this earth, we want to help mankind for sure. Our desire will be fulfilled in this time, at this time, this year and next year. Listen carefully. This time, this era, this year and next year. Now I explain for you. You can transfer energy to the river, to the ocean, to others. It is you don't have that capacity. Just like I have mentioned to you, like you place on the well, or you place on the main pipe of the water. There, the water is still ever changing. You are not able to do that, and there are so many connections, so many water flow. So in that sense, it has no effect. In the future, we don't know with the changes from the time you learn the level 11, 12, 13. And you have the ability already. When you go to the level 13 plus, you are able to use energy from the stars. You are able to solve all the problems. The formula has changed. The formula for food, for water, all of this are changed because of the fact that now you are able to use the energy from the light of the star to solve all this problem that you learned for the past few days till now. Now we start with the question. I'll teach you, so you take notes carefully now. If you have the recorder, you take, you listen the theory about spiritual sexual unification before I teach you about that light of the stars. Now, are you all ready? I see over here. You all will remember. So you just need to listen carefully. So now you listen carefully. In the past, many of you who are in level 11, 12, and 13, you know how to use the spiritual sexual unification. One thing that I want to advise for all of you, only those of you in your level, you apply the technique in your level. Because in the recent months, in the recent years, there are a number of you After you graduate to level 11 and 12, for the first time I taught spiritual unification, and they try to teach it to the level 7 special. Unintentionally, they teach a technique to others, the lower levels. The level 6, 7 special, they apply. They may be able to achieve it. But the energy get weakened, and they get older and older. We don't have that strength. I want to explain for you. When we reach that spiritual unification, spiritual sexual unification, that is the relationship between the man and the woman, so that we don't have any distraction. You have that unity by using universal energy during the sexual intercourse between man and woman. After the sexual intercourse, then after that, once you have that spiritual sexual unification, you can talk to each other as you are in the same level. You are able to regain your strength. So once you reach that unity, so suppose that you get tired or exhausted, but all of the nervous system in your body, normally you feel tired after the intercourse because you have worked so hard. You only enjoy in 1 minute, but perhaps you get tired for 1 day, for 1 month, or 1 week, depending on the condition of your health. However, in the teaching of UE, after you reach that unification between the man and woman, you increase your energy. You increase your wisdom. You increase the level of enlightenment of the spirit, because as you give one, if you give one, you gain 1,000. Listen carefully. So that's why you have health. You will have wisdom, and you have youth. You look younger. As you apply spiritual sexual unification, the purpose is to help the body with wisdom, the spirit with enlightenment. It is not for pleasure. Therefore, in the case of spiritual sexual unification between the man and woman, sometimes during the age 50, 60, from a medical perspective, from the case of physical health, in the human form, once, twice, 1, 2, or 3 times a month, in the case of the relationship, the asexuated relationship. However, with the energy, so instead of 3 times a month, in terms of the sexual, perhaps you can do that 15 times a month, or 20 times a month. That's no problem, because it is not your own energy, but the energy from the universe. So that can help your body with wisdom, to help your spirit with the enlightenment. As you are in the same level, both of you, the couple, you are in the same level, you can apply. If, let's say, your spouse, who is a higher higher level, and the other one is a lower level, then you are not able to achieve in a less degree in the way that you can achieve this for the higher levels. There is no effect, but the way that you can reach the wisdom and enlightenment, it is for the higher level. The lower level can maybe gain 5, and the higher level gain 10. This is between the both of you. One is a higher level, and your spouse is a lower level. In the case that both of you are in the same class, you need to send energy from the light of the stars 3 times. The first time, before, and then during and after, you send energy 3 times. So after you have the intercourse, then it would be just like for those of you who take in ginseng or like vitamins. You don't feel tired, and your heartbeat is still regular, and you still feel healthy. It's not like in the past. Between the human in the asexual intercourse, if you don't know how to apply properly with universal energy, the energy from the sun, the stars, during that intercourse, you feel tired. You deplete your energy, and sometimes you can sleep, and you may sleep, but you feel weak, and it might cause to sickness. Sometime afterwards, you with your weak health. That is in the normal case. Not to mention, in that case, your age, you get older, and you age faster. That is in a normal sense. For the normal people, they don't have the universal energy when they follow through the sexual intercourse. Now, with the energy that you have, when you reach that unity, then it is 1,000 times. due to the fact that through that you have the energy that can help you. As you receive energy from the light of the star, it can sustain your health as you through that. That is a technique about the spiritual sexual unification. You have to take note, very important, that for the first time I teach you here. First, I know many of you, more or less, you know this person or that person. My point here is, when between the husband and the wife, or between the man and the woman, or boyfriend or girlfriend who are not married, the moment you transfer energy, let's say between you and your mate, or when you send energy to each other, whether you do it intentionally or unintentionally, I do not know. But in your thought, that you think of the other one who is not your mate. For example, anytime when you are free, you try. Whether you, let's say between you and your wife, and you think of your former girlfriend, or your wife think of her former boyfriend, you know what is the effect? The effect is when you reach that unity, instead of having you will have the health. But when you do that, and you think of your former boyfriend or former girlfriend, instead of the one right now you are having the affair with, if you think of the other one, then you lose the energy, 100%. You lose the energy. You feel so tired, and you will feel so tired. No, you won't be able to recover. So from that reason, between you and your wife, between man and woman, if you are in, you know how to apply sexual unification. If for both of you, God has helped you so that this for you to improve on spirituality. You are with, let's say, with your spouse, but you think of your former boyfriend or girlfriend. In that way, you lose energy totally. I just share with you that, so don't be surprised how come this time, in the past you feel good, but this time you don't feel good. That is the reason, because as you are unintentionally with all your action, whether it is unintentionally, that is unintentionally, it's not like intentional, that would cause you to feel tired, because all of the energy had been depleted. It is disconnect in that sense. Disconnected because when you are about to have an intercourse with your mate, but you think of someone else. That is the experience that I do not really receive energy from the light of the stars. I have another formula that I would hope that from that formula in the class of the brain of Resurrect Man. If I can teach you, I will teach you it at this moment. You are in the level 13 plus. You can apply energy from the light of the stars. Remember, if you want to protect the health, you want your body and your spouse have a wisdom and enlightenment, then remember this point. Your thought, sometimes it is unintentional. It's not like intentional. I have seen that you can see that the change in your body. In that sense, you won't be able to reach that unification. Let's say, for example, let's say the glass of ginseng. Remember, but then with the ginseng, they put in sugar, or sometimes they don't have sugar. Sometimes they put in salt in there, and you take it, and you get choked because they have a lot of the substance. Because they have a lot of salt in there. They put, even though it is a ginseng, but they put a lot of salt in there. That's why you choke. That is, that's how I want to help you. I want to explain for you in summary, because if not, you would fall into that categories, and for the first time, the second time, and many times happen like that, you won't have wisdom or enlightenment. Slowly, you won't have any more desire. So, come back to the point. This morning, a student had asked, who mentioned about impotency. So now, let's say the husband, if they're in the same, you and your husband in the same manner, in the same level, the husband sent to the wife sent to the husband. Remember, after you send the energy to each other, that is to prepare for the intercourse. And let's say the husband is impotent, like you have mentioned to me, the situation when either the man or the woman who had the problem, beside the fact that to send energy from the light of the star, to send energy to the whole body of the man or the woman, I give you one more opinion so that you can increase energy. First, you use energy from the light of the star. You send directly to the chakra 6 of the one who has a problem, impotent. You do that 3 times to the chakra 6 of that person. Afterwards, you go through the normal routines. You go through the normal routine to see if you can have the intercourse. And after you do that, from 3 to 7 times, then let's say for the woman or the male that has the impotent problem, eventually he will regain his strength to be potent. The technique that I teach you, this is for you in the level 13 plus. This is not for the level 11, 12 or 13. With everything I teach you, this is for you, it's not for others. If unintentionally you show it to others, they can listen, but when they try to apply, they cannot. The more they can apply, the more they will get age. The more they get age, old age, and they lost their energy. If they apply according to the technique that you do. And for those of you who are in the level 13 plus and others, they try to apply this technique, they will get the reverse effect. So for you, just try to do that in 1 month and you will see the result with everything that you do. About the spiritual sexual unification, I share with you one of the things that you should avoid. Never think intentionally or unintentionally think of your former lover when you are together with your mate. When you are making love to your spouse, do not think of the former lover, whether it is your former lover or spouse. Don't think about them, because when you receive the light of the stars, so you send to the wife and the wife sending to the husband, that is only between you two. These two spirits, these two body that God has given that the ability to help these two body to have the wisdom and these two spirits to have the enlightenment to help mankind. It doesn't mean to help you so that you can enjoy for pleasure. In the case of spiritual sexual unification, if you think like that, then you totally fail. You won't be able to achieve the goal. That is one of the points for the first time. For the past 2 years, when I start to teach level 11, 12, and 13, the first was in March 2002 in Australia. And for the first time, I teach about this new formula about spiritual sexual unification also in February in the year 2002. 2002 and now the 2004. The first time it was in Australia, and this time also in Melbourne. The first time for the latent abilities, and this time also in Melbourne. So you need to take notes carefully to apply the right technique. You will see the changes so that we can prepare. For those of you who will be able to use the brain of Pihashrik man in your mind. And the technique that you are able to help the humankind to reach wisdom and enlightenment, to help ourselves, our body and our spirit with wisdom and enlightenment. In the near future, that would be next month. Try your best. That is everything. The nearest technique that I want to help all of you who are in this level 13 plus, who you are here in person to learn, or you are the auditor, and for others, in the future they will see me. But for you, you can tell to your spouse who are not here, you can tell your spouse, you apply for your spouse since she's at home, even though the same level 13 plus, you are able to achieve 100%, but she may be able to achieve only 80%. So since your spouse who are also the same, I see for those of you who are couples who are here, and I see the couples, I see that lady from Switzerland, and son and his wife, many of you who are here, the couples who are here, I see many of you. I see many of the couples who are here. You are laughing, but you have to apply according to the right technique that I tell you. This is only for you, the husband and the wife, in the same level. If you have if your boyfriend and girlfriend in the same level, then you can apply. If you are not in the same level, then the higher level will benefit. The lower level will benefit less percentage. Now you can go home. Now after you can practice. If you go home, then you miss the meditation with me. So now we continue on with the next question.
Patrick, did you receive that question of the French lady? Patrick? Patrick, did you receive that question of the French lady who was so shy?
But those questions, she asked a question that we can answer, so I don't think we need to really ask it.
Paul, for your question, Paul?
Thank you. Emphasize more this concept to be linked by fate. How can we know who we are and with whom are we linked by fate? And if it is possible that the links of the family not to be but temporary and not to fit in this concept to be linked by fate. And the third question, could you tell us if the techniques of acupuncture changed since the former levels? Thank you very much, dear master.
You're talking about the Trinity, you're talking about the duality. Is it related to the soul or the cell of the body, in the body?
It's in order to reach the truth, we have to go beyond
duality or Trinity.
Duality and the Trinity. Duality and the Trinity. Could you tell us which is the Trinity of the cells of our body? Thank you.
Dạ kính thưa Thầy, đây là câu hỏi của anh thông dịch viên người Bảo Gia Lợi. Anh có 3 câu hỏi. Câu hỏi thứ nhất là tất cả mọi việc của chúng con, tất cả sự sống của mọi người chúng con đều liên hệ trong cái thế giới 3 chiều. Đó là một cái thế giới giả tạo. Để đạt được cái chân lý thì chúng con phải vượt qua cái nhị nguyên, và theo như đạo Thiên Chúa giáo là phải đạt qua cái thuyết 3 ngôi. Thì xin Thầy có thể nào giải thích cho chúng con hiểu thêm cái thuyết 3 ngôi mà nó thể hiện ở trong cái tế bào của con người, cái sự cấu tạo của 3 ngôi trong cái tế bào của con người. Câu hỏi thứ nhì, Thầy có thường đề cập đến có một số những người có thể liên hệ với chúng ta bằng số mạng. Thì làm sao chúng con có thể biết được người nào có thật sự liên hệ với mình bằng số mạng? Đôi khi một người xa lạ cũng có sự liên hệ trực tiếp với mình bằng số mạng hơn là những người thân nhân trong gia đình của mình. Đôi khi cái sự liên hệ những người thân nhân trong gia đình của chúng ta là tạm bợ, nhưng mà có sự liên hệ qua cái sự duyên nghiệp với những người bên ngoài, mà cái tình cảm giữa mình với những người lạ đó còn hơn là trong gia đình. Thì xin Thầy có thể nào hướng dẫn chúng con hiểu thêm cái ý nghĩa của sự liên hệ của con người trên cái số mạng. Câu hỏi sau cùng, xin Thầy có thể nào giải thích cho chúng con hiểu thêm cái công thức bây giờ chúng con có thể nào ứng dụng trong vấn đề mà phối hợp ngành nhân điện với lại châm cứu của cái lớp 13 cộng này. Xin hết thưa Thầy. Through this 3 questions from the translator from Bulgaria, I want to answer for you. In the case of the Trinity, from the Catholic doctrine, the Buddhist doctrine, they have the Trinity doctrine. For that reason, these people who write the books, they mention that in this world we have 3 dimensions. And there are no more other dimensions except the 3-dimensional world that we define in this time. The teaching of Yu Yi, as you remember, from the time when you can sense the energy from outside into your field or in your body, I divide into 3. From the chakra 3 down, you can detect that is one level of the spirit that you need. You can need help. And the next one, which is from chakra 3 up to chakra 5, these are the one who can help you. These are the spirit who has the capacity that can help protect the human body. These are the one from the chakra 3 up to the chakra 5 that you can detect. And the highest one that you can measure the energy from the chakra 3, chakra 5, chakra 6, chakra 7, as I teach you, these are the 3 levels, not the Trinity. However,
I also learned about the control of the cells, the soul of the cell inside the body of the human, not for the animals. Listen carefully. From the past until now, always the books have mentioned about the soul of the body. I've mentioned about the body and the spirit, and that's all we think about. Because I did not learn. I only learned about these two entities. I only learned about these two, about how can we have the unity of the body and the spirit so we can travel out to space. That in Atlantis they had done so 200,000 years ago. I try my best to learn. I try to meditate. I try to receive the message from the deities, to try to reach that unity, but then I cannot. About less than a year ago, I learned a lesson from the deities. After 30 years of my learning, after 30 years, as I receive messages from the deities, I have an answer. The answer that today I teach you, to control the soul of the cells in the nervous system, so that they can merge with your main spirit. Billions of the souls, so heavy, that is drawing your physical body, that cause your body to have sickness, that you are unable to reach wisdom. In that way, unintentionally, for hundreds of thousands of years, billions of years, we are unintentionally block it. How come I mentioned about billions of years? Because the master of Atlantis, they could not control the soul of the cells. Now we can. So for billions of years, we learned the lesson from the billions of years ago. So now how can we communicate with them to listen to you? Just like in the human world from the past until now, as you learn, in the case of the drawing, if you let's say with all the sticks, if only 3 sticks you can bend, 10 sticks you can bend, but then 100 sticks you cannot bend because of the strength of all the sticks together. So now, if you know how, you can combine them all. You can convince them to merge together to serve you, to help, so that they can inherit. And if they follow you, then you have everything. You are able to travel out to space. Once you can travel out to space, then everything in this world will totally change. So that in this year and the next month, as you learn, we can change the environment. Then perhaps it would cause a shock, global shock over the world. I just give you one example, simple example. Let's say in one country A, with a lot of people who are afflicted by sickness, epidemics, or catastrophe, many who are wounded or dying, about millions of them, and the large AOE family. You are from one country, next to you the people who are dying, and you are not dying, but you are still able to help. Only in that way that would cause the global shock, not to mention about others. Only in the case of the epidemics with the flu virus that caused a lot of people dying, and you are right there and you are not affected, that would cause a global shock, not to mention in any one country or any group of people. If in the case of water contamination and you still drink that water and you are not being poisoned, then only that will cause a global shock, so that we can raise the level, wake up the human race. On this we cannot do it. Only with the power of God, who allowed us to do it. As we receive energy from the light of the star to transfer energy to the glass of water, receive energy from the light of the star to transfer energy to the sick people, it would cause a global shock. God do not need a long time. The humankind, they might not take them 3 centuries, but for God it will take 5 minutes. Listen carefully. It takes them 3 centuries. God can do it in only 5 minutes. You know, the witchcraft doctors, they learn for 40 years. They have to spend 2, 3, 4 days to solve the case of possession. You don't learn anything. You learn at most 4 days, 5 minutes, and you are able to solve. Then you can just compare what you learn, what you do. It is from God, and in the normal way, they have to learn for a long time. They have to spend a long time to be able to achieve that goal. You only learn in a short time, and you are able to achieve it. When I present that to you in this class today, with my answer to share with you, then you would recognize it. Through this question, this cell, they have many, not just like the Trinity, they have so many. Let's say the blood cell, the nerve in the skin, in all of the cell, they don't have just three level. They don't just have the three levels. Let's say for the liver, you need to take the different drugs for liver, and for kidney, you need to take a different drugs for kidney, and for blood pressure, you need to take different medication. These are the substances that can help to regain the order for the cell in this area. As you learn from the level 7 special, you know how to use a combined frequency. You send that combined frequency into the body. It will be able to meet and near, far, and then further the combined frequency from universal energy to protect the earth. And then you learn to the next cycle, the energy from the sun, and then the next, that is the energy from the stars, and then the fourth one, there will be another energy that cover all of the energy from the light of the stars. That can cover all that are contained in. You're standing from outside. You look in. So you learn about the universe. You learn about the sun. You learn about the light of the stars to protect this earth. To protect the earth right now where we live. I show you the formula so that you can apply. I learned. I just learned. Just listen carefully. All the light of the stars, of the sun in the earth, all the planets in this universe. I'm fortunate. I'm learning outside. To go beyond the planets, beyond the light of the stars. I just learned that, and I just learned that I apply. With this glass, I throw it away. This is a pair of glasses. I do not know who forgot your glasses right here. This glasses in 3,000 students who forgot this glass. I know who that belong to. I just open these glasses. And I know the name of the person I give it to. That's a lesson I learned. That's why I teach you, so that you can control the soul of the cells. So in your body, it's not the Trinity, but there are many other levels. The Trinity, this is only man-made. If we have the love of Christ, if we have the love of the angel of God, then we have everything. These are the Trinity that we are in this world, in a three-dimensional world. That's why we divide into three. In the three-dimensional world, out in space, there are so many dimensions, the fourth and others. In reality, for all of us, I do not want to say that we are using many dimensions outside three dimensions. But from the time you learn level 5.1, you use many dimensions, and your brain. You are using many percentage, not like 1-2%. I don't want to say that you are better than a scientist, but then your brain, from the time that you learn the level 5.1, you know your brain, your human brain, you know how much wisdom you have. What is the percentage that you use your brain? If you say 2%, then how can you control the flow of universal energy? How can you control the combined frequency that to send out without any interference? The scientists, they have interference. That is how I want to share with you. With this lesson, with its answer, I answer many times. Through this question, I just want to share with you, so that you can understand and you know. The Trinity that is designed by man. The three dimension, it is in this world. There are so many other dimensions out in space. Therefore, in many years in the past, in many levels in the past, some students had asked about the number 13 that I use. Number 13 is outside the earth. Whenever it is needed on earth that we can meet the demand to help. That is in the level 7 special. And then I let you use energy from the sun. In level 11, 12, and 13, I allowed you to use energy from the light of the stars. And then you use the brain of prehistoric man. The brain of prehistoric man, I do not want to say that we are better than other people, but with the brain of prehistoric man, that is beyond the light of the stars. You listen carefully. The lesson that I hope I will teach you, but I'm still learning. I'm also experimenting. With my experiment, I have seen the positive result already. It's not that I don't have it. In this class also, If you pay attention a little, perhaps those of you who are the auditors, for the new one, you may not know my way of teaching in the level 13. This time my way of teaching, more or less, a number of you who are in the level 13 plus, you are auditing this class, you know the energy, the way that I teach, and the way that I analyze. It's not like comparing to the previous class, and the level 13 plus in the future, you will sense the strange energy that I send to you, because I'm teaching you. You are the auditors. Do you pay attention to this? Especially for those of you in Europe. My teaching now today, for the past few days, I transfer energy to you. Yesterday I meditate with you. Today I transfer energy, and later on you meditate with me, and you see the changes. Those of you who are the old student, now for the new student, it is new for you. Next time, if you have a chance, you come to audit, you will see, you can send the change of the energy I sent for you. Maybe it is higher energy. That I hope. I ask from the deities, I ask the God, so that if I'm authorized to teach you, besides the fact that you are using the energy from the sun, you know how to use energy from the light of the stars, and you can use 2 energy already. You perhaps can use energy, more powerful energy. Can you do that? And that is a more comfortable, soothing energy that can help the body to have wisdom and enlightenment, to help the body of the help your physical body to be as light as the spirit. I teach you, so that we all can learn the same, so that we are able to help mankind in the physical body, controlling the soul of the cell totally. Perhaps we can merge with our main spirit. It is so light, and we can travel out to space easily. That is how I want to share with you to this first part of the question about the student, from the student in Bulgaria. And as you know, in the previous class, I want to summarize for you. You listen carefully first. Our spirit, it is like the air we cannot touch. It is the unintangible. I have explained for you. The spirit God sent down here, whether you take the form of the man or the woman, and you have a relationship ties in this life. In the past, we are strangers. However, due to tradition, culture, family, society, we have to learn to love your ancestors, your parents and grandparents. That is from the Eastern tradition in my country. We are trained for thousands of years that we have to follow from the top down. We cannot abandon that. In any religion, all of the culture, tradition, family, we cannot erase. Once they erase, we can adapt. Now we still have to apply according to the tradition, culture, as we learn. But with this means, it is not like from the past. We are using the old means, so that we can progress, so that we can return back to enlightenment and return back to God. So for that reason, a number of the soul with the same common thinking, that you follow the path. Let's say you are foreigners. If I'm not your master, then a number of country, they think that I'm a nobody, but I'm your master. Whether that I'm strange or I'm crazy, you still address to me as the master, because I'm your master. And right next to you, I teach you. I'm always teaching you right. I always give you all the ability that God has given to you, and suddenly I love you, and you have love to me. We have love to each other more than the family, more than my relative. Just see you more than my relative. It's not like in this class I say that. In my life, my point here, in my family, right now, my family in Vietnam, my family, I see them lightly. My students, my friends, I see them more sincere. Sometimes in the family, in my family, there are no stranger. My uncle or the elders, relatives in my family, they do not like me. In a very simple phrase in Vietnam, they tell me that I may be wise at home, but then I look wise at home, but I'm very stupid outside in public. But when I'm a master in a foreign land, I always protect my student more than my family. I always protect my student, even whether my student doing right or wrong. I protect them more than my family, because I have a common point that I teach you. You are the common. We have a common denominator, rather than my family members. They don't know anything about universal energy. For that reason, that's why I share with you. That is me. That is in my case. About your case, I do not have any comments on each of you. I just want to share with you about my life. So for that reason, to this question about the students who mentioned, I will remind to you, sometimes you love your friends better than your family members because they have a common thinking with you. So these are a friend. Sometimes the friend outside, they treat you better than your family members. They take care of you more than your family members. Then for sure, you will have to take side on your friends because they treat you so right. They dare to sacrifice for you. They understand your inner feeling. They help you to solve all of the problems that you face. They bring you the joys. Then you based on that. Then that's why you have compassion toward your friends. When you are sick or when you are poor, who can help you? Your brother, your parents, or your sisters. There are so many kings or queens in the world. They leave the throne. So to follow a man or a woman in the world, we have seen that. And you thought that they are good, or the other they are bad. Good or bad, we cannot judge. But one of the thing that they drive them, that they can abandon everything, that is the voice of the heart. There are so many king and queen, they would leave the throne following the voice of the heart. But one of the strange thing, the special thing is the Prince Siddhartha. He listened to the voice to go on spirituality. He gave up everything. I do not know about how his life when he has the throne, but he dared to leave everything, his wife, children, and the throne, to seek the truth, to help him, others, and to help himself. That is rare, but it happened. And whatever he did, we do not count, but we need to understand that from his virtue, from his example, that is a lesson for millions of people to learn, so that we can follow that example to find the truth. So you can see, I explain all for you. He has a wife and kid, and the throne he gave up. In this world, there's only one who can do that. Nobody would dare to leave it, give it up. We can only do that only in the film, in the movie. And you see that in the movie that the prince who gave up the throne, being poor, to follow the voice of the heart. But in fact, in the real life, they would not do that for sure. They would not dare to kill his father, who is rich or powerful and renowned. It never happened in real life. It happened only one person, that is Prince Siddhartha. Now I explain for you how come a stranger you love more than the stranger you love more than in the family, or in the family member, they don't love you, or they love you less. That is how I share with you on that point. In the case of acupuncture, it's so easy. You can apply with the pyramidal diagram, the triangle diagram, and when you puncture, you take out each needle. You do that for 5 seconds. Receive and send. When you do that, receive and send to the second point, and you do that in the triangle diagram, just like in the past. Instead, you to puncture the depth is 2 millimeters, and you do that on the first point. Receive and send energy 5 seconds, and then take out, and then receive and send 5 seconds and take out. After you puncture, you receive and you send energy and take it out. So it is best. You use a pencil, you point out the 3 locations, 1, 2, and 3. So the first one you will in and out, and take out. So that is a technique that you can apply universal energy with acupuncture in the level 13 plus. So basically, you just use energy from the light of the star, you send to the needle. Each needle, you spend 5 seconds, receive energy from the light of the star, and you send to the needle. Always you puncture using the triangle diagram. that cover the injured area in the local area of the patient. Then the result, you'll see the result immediately. I can help you. In the previous class, you can treat a number of you who are acupuncturists who help in the case of the problem with hemorrhoid. You puncture for 1 second for one needle, and the second needle you take out. Perhaps it might take you 3 or 5 days. Then you are able to solve the case of the hemorrhoid and reduce the pain for the patient. So that is how you can help with the condition that, let's say, when you charge money, remember, you charge equally like in the past. Do not think that you treat and then all the patient get cured, you don't have any more patient, like this student had asked. You are receiving the invaluable asset comparing to just working acupuncture and earning money. God never will leave you. God help you so that you can help others. I confirm that point with you on that point, so you should not worry about this part. When you do well with your treatment, you don't have to worry about that you don't have any patients. Or when you do it so well, treatment so successful, then all of them get cured, you don't have any more patients. They would come to you 100 and 1,000 times more in the near future. Don't worry about that fact. Now go on, next question.
I have a question about the last technique that you have taught us about the sexual unification energy. Is it possible to use this technique also when your partner is not in the Yoi family? That was the first question. And the second question is, in this seminar you taught us about souls at cellular level, but below this cellular level there are also smaller parts in our body. Is it also possible that those smaller parts also have souls? Let us say that the DNA has a soul, for instance, and that we can work on onto this soul so that we can influence the souls. The last question is about the stickers, and in your message of the Year of the Ape, you said that 13 students with level 13 students could
voorzien worden.
Oké. In de boodschap dus van het jaar van de aap, in de nieuwjaarsboodschap, schreef de meester, in the message of the Year of the Ape, the master has written that students with level 13 plus, when there was a catastrophe, they could use the stickers placed on the fridge or on the water container or other places. They could send energy to those stickers. My question is, can we send it to many stickers at the same time, or do we have to send energy sticker by sticker, so one by one? The second question, I will just tell a little bit more about the cellular level. The master has told us that we have cells with souls, but this question is, the little structures inside the cell, we have a nucleus, the DNA, and little parts of the cell. Maybe they also have souls, and can we, maybe in the future, by making those souls combine with the main soul of the cell, making it possible to make changes in the DNA of the cell. So on smaller level, what we have now in our body.
Dạ kính thưa thầy, ông này có những câu hỏi như sau. Câu hỏi thứ nhất trên vấn đề.
Now, in the case of spiritual sexual unification, I want to share with you, I teach you for all of you in the large UE family who are in the level 13 plus. That is for us so we can help ourselves to reach wisdom and enlightenment. The main point for us, as I teach you, so that we know how to apply using the energy from the light of the star, so that we can solve in the case of spiritual sexual unification, so that our body with wisdom and spirit enlightenment. as you are in the same level or in the school. In the case of spiritual sexual unification, well, whether your spouse who are not in school, do not know anything, so instead of we have the wisdom and enlightenment, so supposedly instead in the past they have tired, but now they would not be able to achieve enlightenment or wisdom. But then, in terms of health, you are able to protect their health. As you transfer energy to your spouse who are not in EV school, they can still receive the energy that you are sending to your spouse, so that they do not feel tired, and they can still retain their youth, and they are not aging just like all the women or the men. That is the way that you are able to help your spouse or your mate who are not in the EV school. So now you are in a level 13 plus, you are able to help. It doesn't mean that you learn then you are not able to help your spouse. You can. In the case of health, in the case of spiritual sexual unification between you and your spouse, you are able to help your wife or your husband. In the case of helping them with wisdom enlightenment, they are not able to. But in terms of their health, they will see the benefit on that aspect. That is how I clarify for you on that point. On the second part, I want to share with you the student who research in the field of science. I had mentioned to you, I learned a lesson from the deities. I'm not a medical doctor. I'm not a scientist. But I know that all of the living creature, no matter how small it is, it has a soul. But the most important part is we can transform the soul from bad to good. We can transform the cell from a disordered state to an ordered state. To transform a person with the lack of immune system to the one with the immune strength. If we don't have the sufficient immune strength, we can increase the immune strength for the one who are sick. That is because we are able to use the light of the energy from the star to control for ourselves, and in the same way we can do that for others. The purpose for us, besides the fact to protect the health and the body for ourselves and others, you are able to help them to reach the degree of wisdom and enlightenment just like us. It doesn't mean that only for us to inherit. We have to share to all. If they wish, they would have it. They would learn just like you. But in the near time, they are not going to learn just like now. I had mentioned to you in the past, I have taught you from the level 1 to level 5. For those of you, it might take you 35 days. 35 days to learn from level 1 to level 5. You might take 35 days to learn. And you have to learn in many time. Sometimes you learn the level 2, you have to wait until next year to learn level 3. And then level 3, you wait until next year to learn level 4. And then level 4, you wait a few more years to learn level 5. It is not like you learn like right now. The time to learn in 35 days, but the time it might be 2 to 5 years. And due to the lack of the level of spirituality and research of humankind, now with sufficient level of advancement through time, so now you are fortunate that in the future you are able to learn faster and you learn a new formula. Just like, for example, you are the pharmacist, you have to constantly update your knowledge with a new formula, the new substance. In the same way for EVE school, the level 13, the recent level 13 plus, I did not teach about the technique of spiritual unification. I did not teach you about how you can use energy from the light of the stars, except only in the case of emergency. But now, you are able to use the light from the energy from the light of the stars, so you can receive energy and you can help others. And beside that, you are able to use the brain from the prehistoric man, so that with this means you are able to advance faster. As you advance faster, then you have the opportunity to help others. You can help many countries, all the people in the near future. That will be in the decade of the 21st century. It is not to wait for many centuries. It is not like that. That is how I want to share with you to the question. In the case of DNA, about the subatomic structure, you can change. In the case of heretic, in the case of heredity disease, you can change. In the case of genetic code, you can change the link between your ancestors and you. You know how to change the environment to change the genetic code, so you are able to help so they can reach the higher degree of wisdom and enlightenment. We can do that if we know how to use energy from the light of the star, the energy from the sun, the infinite energy beyond the stars. We know how to use. Therefore, for the past few days, just like today, I often remind you, if you can control the soul of the cells inside the nervous system, that they can listen to you, then for sure you will succeed. Tomorrow you can experiment. Let's say you have you injured yourself, you have get hurt. Supposedly it might take a long time, a few days, but now you also hurt your arms, and if you place your hand, you heal. Perhaps in a very short time you are able to heal. Let's say you hit the door, or you hit the car, and in a cut. So you tell, listen, now if you we can control you, the soul of the cell. If you can merge with the main spirit, my main spirit, then we can live together. We can return back to the God, and then you receive energy from the light of the star, and you send energy only in 5 seconds, and then 15 seconds later you are healed. Only in 15 seconds. In the past, it might take you a half of a day, a few hours, but now once you talk to them and they listen to you, you transfer energy, they listen to you, only in 15 seconds you are healed, and that marks your success. In the case of communicating to the small cell, and then slowly you can do that for the whole body, and then this group of cells, they tell the others, this is good, this body is so better. With the injury, only in a few hours, supposedly in a few hours, but only in a short time. Now they believe and they cooperate together, and all of the cells together, they believe in you, they follow you by using universal energy, by using the energy from the light of the stars. And all of the soul of the cell in your whole body listen to you, they cooperate together. Even if you don't want to be wise, you will have wisdom. Even if you don't want to have capacity, you will have ability, and this ability, no one who can give it to you. It is the energy that God had given to you, that you know how to use the energy from the light of the star. That's why you have this ability today. Listen carefully. In the case I explained for you, in the case of the sun logo stickers, you can have your family members, your parents, grandparents, both sides, your spouse, your friends. You don't have to. If you don't learn EWE, you don't have to give it to them. If they are in the lower levels in EWE, you give it to them. You send it to them. As you send it to them, your friends, you know the country, your friends, where they are. You tell them to paste a sticker on the water container, whether it is 1,000 liters container. You know the house of your friend, you know it. So you tell them, you paste it already in there. All you need is just 5 seconds, not more, just 5 seconds. Receive energy from the light of the stars. You send the energy directly to that water container. Then this sticker, they keep it whenever they run out of water. When they put in a new water, only need is 5 more seconds. That's all you do. There's no problem. Or if you have the way that you can store the water, then you can give the water, you purify and you give the water to others. I confirm with you, this is not a way for business. This is to help the large UE family. First, and second, to help those who learn UE who are not your relatives and your friends. You cannot help. You can if you can send the energy to the water, and you can give it to them. If these are the people who are not learning EWE, so I can confirm that with you. If it is for business, I tell you the truth about the logo stickers. I can make millions of these logo stickers, but this is the gift that God had given to the large EWE family, so we can benefit. I cannot sell it to other people. I cannot help other people outside the school. Because if you send it to people outside of the school, they do not know how to use it. They get poisoned, and then they see this, and then they would you would feel difficult when you give it to others and they have a problem. So as you know, so you can apply, so you can help yourself and you can help others. For your friends from the level 3 and up in the large EV family, and if they are your family members, that you can apply to help them. Just like many of you in Europe, you have family members in Asia. You can send your family to your family and tell them to place a sticker, and then you send energy to that in Asia, in any country. You can do that. You send energy to the sticker for that person. So everything that you ask, I answer for you. The most important part in that second question from you in Holland, I want to confirm for you. We can change the environment inside the soul, in a cell, in the near future, from this year on. Listen carefully. For that reason, for the lesson that I learned, I hope we are able to regain. In the case of the people with problem with atrophy, with a nervous system damage, that they have to sit on a wheelchair. I hope that with a new formula, with a new technique that I learned from the deities, with a new technique that I teach you, as I guide you the way that you can solve in the case of the people with the handicap that they suffer for many years. That is my desire. And also it is a desire for many of you in a large AOE family that you want to contribute, to do something to help humanity, to bring true joy and happiness. Before they die, they would feel joy because their body is fully recovered. Now go on, next question.
I wanted to ask a question for myself, if everybody here. And I feel sorry that the Master cannot here be alive. I want to say, Master, we all love you and we miss you. At least I do. And also a lot of thanks to Teresa, to Dr. Teresa. And what I have noticed in the last 1.5 years is that many people have encountered unpleasant happenings, emotional disturbances, dying of family members, problems in the family when your partner is not on the spiritual part, problems with your family when they are opposed to what you are doing. I also see a lot of people, and I can see that they all have a lot of pain and sorrow because of those happenings. I like to know if and how we can help in such a way. I know we can send them energy, and that if we continue to do that, that everything will be all right. But sometimes people are very depressed because of such a happening, then they don't see the light anymore, although they have spiritual knowledge. I myself have been in such a period, and like the Spanish gentleman yesterday who was talking about his wife who was creating problems for him, I know that God and the Master and the higher beings are always there when you have problems. But when you have problems, you don't see that, you don't realize that. And I like to say to this person, the Spanish person, I know that there is help. Certainly when the circumstances are difficult, when you are in problems, then there is always an open door. It always will be all right at the end. But how can we help those depressed and blocked people that they can see the light, that they can regain their strength and come back from that depressed state so that they will see a bright future? Now, what I noticed for myself, because I love those persons and I become sad myself, I try not to be sad, so I try to avoid those people and not to go to them, and that is the opposite of what I really want to do. I don't even greet them anymore. So how can I be in such a position that I can help them? I feel powerless. I know what I should say to them, but I'm so much involved in their sorrow that I cannot help them. Another question is, a few weeks ago on television in Holland, there was a broadcast that that a big part of Holland would disappear under the water, the western part, and that they advise the government to do something about this. And the master has also predicted such things, and I know parts of my family who first were very much laughing about all those things that the master predicted and those scientists predicted, but now they think really of moving to another place of Holland. Now they believe, but it hurts me that they need that they need a real threat, and that a few years ago that they were laughing about what the master predicted. So I am more or less happy that we see now that the scientists, when they say the same thing, that they now believe it. But I still feel that pain in my heart for them. But then still they dislike that I am here at this teaching, that I'm part of this teaching. So I do hope that they will open themselves also for the lessons of the master. Okay, no, well, and she had something more to ask, but she has forgotten that in everything that she said. Thank to the master.
Dạ kính thưa thầy, trước nhất bài này xin cảm ơn thầy và tất cả chúng con.
Through representation of this student, I want to share with all of you in this class, as well as this student, as you ask this question. All of us, when you have the purpose for the sake of humankind that Christ had often mentioned to the world, we need to sacrifice ourselves. Do not think about ourselves to serve others. In addition to that, for the past few days as well as today, with everything that caused you problem, beside the fact that you put them into the collective list so that they can help them with their health, in addition to that, each person, all you need is just 5 seconds. And for those who are in the extreme case, that will cause you a lot of problem, that you cannot act or to defend yourself. I have another formula for you. Listen carefully. This formula is to help your family members. You cannot use this formula to experiment like a joke or to experiment for fun. In reality, this is in your family. Whoever opposes you the most, cause you a lot of problem the most. Besides the fact that you heal them for the health at night, before you go to sleep, you will listen carefully. Before you go to sleep, you transfer energy 5 seconds in the morning. Listen carefully. This is a new formula. In the morning when you wake up, I don't tell you to meditate. I just tell you, you use a formula to pray to God, to pray to the high being, and you do the 3 breath protocol as you receive energy from the light of the star, and you do the 3 breath protocol. Inhale 1 and exhale thrice, 3 times. Inhale 1, exhale 3 times. Inhale 1, exhale 4 times. You do the 3 breath protocol as you receive energy from the stars, and you inhale 3 times, exhale 10 times total. As you receive energy from the star, and you send energy directly to the chakra 6 of that person 3 times. You can do that. These are the people who cause you problem the most. In the normal one, you don't have to do this. Then you can see the result as you want to help these people. So to improve their mentality, so that you can help that person. It doesn't mean that that person can help you. You are helping that person. It doesn't mean that that person can help you. That is in a case, it is so difficult case that you are unable to avoid. Then that's how I can share with you. When you wake up, after you do the breathing protocol, you transfer energy. At night, you transfer energy to the chakra 6 of that person 5 seconds. In the morning, when you wake up, you do the transfer energy 3 times to the chakra 6 of that person. So remember, you can do that. And that is only for those who are the most difficult, the one who caused you the most problem in your family. Now, as the scientists had warned in Holland, this is the announcement from the scientists. And you confirm with me that recent months in television in Holland had a warning about probably there's a flooding in the western part of Holland. These are the announcement or the warning from the scientists. Like many of the scientists had mentioned about the strange object from outer space that might come to Earth. So we get based on the dates that they predicted, and we do the prayer. Perhaps we can stop, or there is a powerful energy that divert the object from from damaging Earth. Now, I do not know about the maps or what region in Holland. However, as this student from Holland, I know this person. I understand a lot because I have come to Holland many times in the past. So I advise for this student, I request all of you in Holland who are in this class, starting from today, after the end of this class, after the class ends. So instead of each morning, you receive energy from the light of the stars, you do the breathing protocol, and then you do the collective or individual healing, you transfer energy to the area where you reside. All of you, you are here in Holland. You can reserve for me, each of you, just give me 5 seconds. You don't need to, you can do that in the morning, in the afternoon, at night. In summary, all of you in Holland, each day, at least one time, you send energy to wherever it is, the area in the western part of Holland that they predicted. Each day, each of you send 5 seconds, receive energy and send energy to that area. Then you can rest assured it won't have any problem. To see if the scientists, however, they predicted like that, through time we don't know whether it happened soon or later, but for you, as you present it, with everything that I know, I share with you, so that you are able to protect your country, Holland, and to protect the western part of Holland without the problem of flooding. You can do that. Perhaps they would change the direction. So instead of flooding or causing a problem, the flooding would go out to the ocean. I just want to share with you the formula that is for you in Holland. However, in this class, there are many countries in the world who come here to learn, because if you love a certain region, let's say in the western part of Holland, as this student had mentioned, you perhaps, beside the fact that you help your own country, each day you give 5 seconds to help Holland. In the western part of Holland, in the region that the scientists had warned about, there is a flooding in the western part of Holland. In Holland, those of you who love your friends who live in Holland, then each day, all you need is 5 seconds. That's all. Then you will see the result in the near future. When this thing happens, supposedly in that area they will have flooding, and it's not, and all the water will be out, receded out to the ocean. So it is best to send it out to the ocean rather than affecting other area with floods. So next question.
In September 2002, the School of Energy, and it's the first time I'm doing my level 13 plus. I listened carefully, all the questions and your answers. And I think there are lots of people who are always attached to their own personal problems. They don't care about other people's problems. And I think that this school is bound to help people around us, but not only take care of our own little problems and personal and selfish problems. We should use all our capabilities to help not only our own problems, to help deal with all the problems that we have to face, but also those of the other people's. And sometimes we don't understand certain questions, and we don't even understand your answers, even though you are very patient. But there are lots of questions that are unanswered for me because maybe I didn't understand them, or the explanation you gave were not enough for me. Like every morning and every evening, I look at the stars above me, and I don't understand what it means. I don't know what the weird question. I expect some kind of a signal. That person is expecting a signal from the stars. And what will happen soon, because I'm expecting a signal, says the gentleman. Is it normal that I do that? That I look at the stars and expect a signal coming from them? Is it normal that I do that or not? Should I do that or not? Am I on the right path by doing that or not? I have another question. How can we help various families who are not able to have children? Apparently he talks about couples. There's another question. Apparently he forgot his question. Now he found it back. And I would like to thank you all, you and everybody here, and all the person who helped me get into this school. I would like still to understand if I do any bad thing to anybody around me, how can I know that I'm doing a bad thing? How can I be more efficient so that I can help people more, particularly if I do things that are not right to people, but I don't know how to know that I'm doing something wrong. Bless you if you understand the question, Vu. I did my best.
After Dr. Dick have the few words, and now we'll meditate with you, and then we'll end the class. And after the speech from Dr. Dick, before the end of this class, now to listen to my answer. As I remind for you, as you are here in this class today, after the class in the level 13 plus, when you go back to your family, you should not let your mind be free. In that sense, you have so much disturbance or distraction. You need to erase by energy of the universe that you are able to use the energy from the light of the stars starting from today into the future at any time. Whether you are awake or you are working, do not let your mind be busy. When you receive the energy, you are able to help yourself, and you send energy, you can help others, so that you can help yourself to have wisdom, enlightenment. So instead of each day you look at the star, it has no effect. Instead of looking at the star, you can go out, you can take a walk, or you can sit. So when you are walking in your mind, you receive the light, energy from the light of the star, and you transfer energy, and that is more effective. You can do it individually or collective healing, transfer energy to the animal, to the country A, country B. You can send energy to all of these people, your family members. You transfer energy to all of these locations that you know, the hospitals, the jail, the schools, the public areas. So all these forms you are transfer energy. Or let's say you go to shopping to a supermarket, or normally you go on a train. So those are the way that indirectly you can transfer energy to these areas. So in that sense, your mind, you won't be so busy. And in doing so, your body, you have health. And in your body, you help your body with wisdom, and you can help your spirit with enlightenment. That is a technique I want to remind you. And I recommend for you, let's say you have some problem that causes your mind to have sadness. So instead of doing that, you receive energy from the light of stars, send to Mr. A, to Mr. B, send energy to the school, send energy to the train center. Suddenly, all of your problem will go away. All your sadness will go away. So somebody, suddenly you think of that person, you think about judging the other. Now you receive energy from the star, you send energy here and there. Suddenly you erase that from your mind. It is a very simple lesson, but it's so effective for you, so that your body and your spirit. This is the most valuable lesson that God had given to you. God had given to you so that you can apply, and God didn't force you to do it in a wrong time, or when only you need just 5 seconds, or from 5 minutes when you come to learn EVE school. Now all the way down you get down. Now you only use 5 seconds. So if for the first time when you go to level 3 with the chakra open 100%, and you treat some other for one person, it is 5 minutes. And now you go to level 7 special, you treat for the whole body only 5 minutes. And now you are in level 13 plus, only need 5 seconds. And if 5 seconds and you are too lazy, then there's nothing to do. There's nothing I can teach you. So if you are positive, it is good. If you are negative, you have a lot of negative thought, then you use the energy from the light of the star, you send elsewhere. Then from the negative thought, it changes to positive thought. And slowly you will get more enlightened. You won't have any dark or doubt. And you increase your love inside of you. You can share the love to those who are linked to you by faith. That is how I advise for you. Each time when you feel anger, each time when you have negative thoughts, or when you have disturbance in your thought, you remember energy from the light of the stars into your, that it would be the one that can save you. Listen carefully to help you. Now in the case of the couples who do not have children, do take care of yourself first. Sometimes you help these people who have children, that might be a problem. In the case of this couple, if when they learn, then the deity can help you, with the energy can help you. Then you would be able to have a child to bring the joy to you. And for those who are normal people, you help them to have children. When they don't have children, they are happy, but when they have children, and thinking that we have children, and the wife blaming the husband blaming the wife, and they have fight inside the family, so causing divorce. So it's best that they don't have the children. So now they ask because of you that they have children, and they curse at you. I see this already. I just share with you. So it is best. So whether they have children or not, in a normal sense, they go to the medical means. If they use universal energy, they try to learn. I cannot guarantee 100%, but they learn to the higher levels, as they know they use universal energy. Then in the case of the sperm and the eggs of the woman and the man, for sure it has a powerful energy. Then even though you have problem with the sexual organ, with the powerful energy, you are able to conceive, and the child will be intelligent and healthy. These are the people who come to learn EVE school, and the people outside the school that you don't need to help to treat them. They need to use the normal conventional medical way. That is the best way. So now one other last thing, this is very important. I just want to remind all of you before the end of this class, with everything that you do, to help others, you do not need to know whether they receive more or less. They think of you or they don't think of you, it is okay. Whether they are healed or not, it is okay. If they love you or not, it is okay. If they curse you or not, it is okay. Because you want to help them. Anything that you do, as you want to help people, and as you do so, you don't have any problem inside your conscience, then you're okay. That is the best. If how they treat you, that is their own business. After you just ask yourself, if you complete in your thought that you want to help the person, you do a certain thing that inside your conscience you have joy and you have happiness, then you do it. Even if all the people around you, your family members, all the people around you, as you help them and they cause problem and they treat you badly, if inside your conscience, that's the most important part. If you help them unconditionally, then you can do anything. You are in a level 13 plus. I just share with you in a very simple phrase. That is very sufficient for you, so you can apply. You can do anything if you feel at peace with your conscience, and you do it. If you help someone, you help do something for others. If in your conscience you feel problem, then you don't do it, and the energy will tell you to stop. That is the best way. Even though you love them, you want to help them, but in your conscience you feel problem, then for sure if you help this person in the future, this person would be difficult. for this person to overcome the accident or the problem, and you would encounter many problems that caused by this person. So you listen carefully. How come the energy who can see a stranger, suddenly you love that person, and that person who is total stranger for you, suddenly you see that person and then you don't like that person. That includes me. I'm like this. Someone I see the person, I do not like that person just by appearance. I just suddenly I just dislike this person, and that person has nothing, doesn't do anything to me. Has total stranger. I just look at the face, I do not like that person. So instead of causing problem, I just walk away or go around, go shopping. Whenever I see that face, instead of causing me to have a problem, so I just go shopping again. And I go to shopping, I see that person, I don't look at that face again, because when I see that, I have this thought in myself, and I just avoid. And if I start to act violently, and then I try to be aggressive, and then that person look at you and you think he is aggressive, and you do not like that person. But just because that person, he thought that you try to hit that person, but you hit him and he called you. But it turned out that it's one of the strangers. You thought it's stranger, but it's your uncle who is 48 years. You didn't see that person, for example. So don't fall into this. So in summary, when you see something that it's not favorable, so it's best for you to avoid. Just go around, go shopping, and then you see the joy. So to make sure you have more joy, just take your wife along, and whatever she wants to shop, and just give her the money to go shopping. That is the best way for you. That is the best for you. And she's happy, and you are happy. And when she have a problem, and you have a problem, so that is the best. You take your wife to go shopping, and then let her shop. So that's how I share with you. In summary, anything that you do, when you don't have any problem with your conscience, then you do because of your sincere heart. You want to help others. So now, with this answer, I end the lecture of today. And after Dr. Dick share a few words, I will share with you a few words. And then after, for some of my reminder, I'll transfer energy and meditate with you. That would end the class today. And I hope next time we have a chance, we have the opportunity, you and me will be together, and I'll explain for you about the brain of prehistoric man. So now, Dr. Dick, you can say a few of the speech now.
Will be short. You said I should be short, so I will be short. First, Master, I'd like to thank everybody, all the technicians, the translators, our staff, and especially all the students for all their questions from which we could learn a lot. But most of all, Master, we thank you. We thank you, Master, for you teach us love and compassion, and you guide us to wisdom. We thank you for the precious lessons and for your love and wisdom that you shared with us. Students sometimes ask who you are, but if we really listen to your words, we know who you are and what you represent. And for that, Master, we thank you. Master, we thank you for being our guide and our friend. Master, we send you all our love. Thank you very much. Okay. For the native.
Dạ, kính thưa Thầy, vì Thầy đã trưng bày, con sẽ nói một vài lời rất là ngắn. Trước nhất, con xin cảm ơn tất cả những ban kỹ thuật và những người thông dịch viên và những người học viên ở trong lớp này đặt ra rất nhiều những câu hỏi, và qua đó tất cả chúng con đều học. Nhưng mà chúng con phải cảm ơn người chính là Thầy, vì Thầy đã hướng dẫn cho chúng con hiểu thế nào là tình thương, và với cái sự minh triết Thầy ban cho chúng con qua những cái bài học. Tất cả những người học viên ở đây đa số vẫn thường thắc mắc không biết Thầy là ai, nhưng nếu chúng con chú ý và nghe rõ ràng tất cả những câu của Thầy là chúng con đều biết Thầy là ai. Vì vậy chúng con đều cảm ơn cái sự hiện diện của Thầy và sự giúp đỡ và tình thương bao la của Thầy ban cho chúng con. Sau hết chúng con xin cảm ơn Thầy. Dạ, xin hết từ Thầy.
Through the speech from Dr. Dix, I want to share with all of you in this class today. All of you, as you are meeting here in Holland to learn, and a number of you who are auditors, even though the number of students is not as much, but translated into 14 languages, that is a good thing for all of you. So you are able to learn through the languages. You can learn from the question from the students You learn from the answer, the experience I share with you, so you can learn in both material and spiritual, so you are able to help your family, your country, and the humankind. I hope that in the near future, in the following seminars, to give you the opportunity so that you have more capacity, so that you, me, all of us, we have the chance to serve humanity better. I do not want to say who I am, but my mission and my responsibility that God has sent my spirit down here, and my physical body God has chosen, then for sure God never make a mistake. However, in the case of the students of UE who want to judge or criticize, that is up to them. But on my path, I continue on my journey to teach, to help all of those who are linked by faith, to help all of the body and the spirit who has a mission and responsibility to help. I will more than willing to help you in many ways, especially science or spirituality. For the past few days, as well as today, I mentioned to you, if the body and the spirit, we have the mission and responsibility, then you should not worry whether you learn more or less. The most important part for us is, do we have the true desire to help others? That is following the teaching of Christ. Do we accept to be the instrument of God? The moment you accept to be the instrument of God, then you should we should not ask God to listen to you, but you should always thank God who gave you all of the means, bad, good, that through the whole journey that you learned until now today, that you come to learn in the level 13 plus in the school of UE that I am teaching you. That is the most important part, that in our life from now, in the future, in the near future, I just want to share with you in short and precise, so you are able to grasp. I do not want to say lengthy. So I go directly into the point. The purpose for me and your purpose is one. That is to accept to be the instrument of God. As we accept to be the instrument of God, one more time, I remind you for the last time before we part. Next time we will see each other again. If you accept, then you need to listen to God, whether it is bad. All of the teaching of God, the bad one is the one to help you to reach a higher degree of wisdom. It doesn't mean to take you to the evil way. The humankind teach you the bad way, you go to the evil way, you become evil. But God teach you in a bad way so that you learn in a bad way so you can be good, so they can help people. That is the point I want to share with you. If you understand, you recognize it, then you need to thank God from this moment, so you have the chance to serve humanity better. That is the journey I have gone through. I want to share with you. That is my final speech for you before the end of this class. And all of you, you have a chance to see me on the 16th, up to the 16th, 17th, 18th of April. So now you get ready to meditate, and I'll transfer energy for you during the time you meditate, so that all of the sickness that you have, and you are able to recover faster after the meditation. Then we end the seminar. So now all of us, we get ready for the meditation and energy transfer. Dạ thưa thầy, chúng con chuẩn bị rồi thưa thầy. So now the energy transfer begin.
Dạ, chúng con cảm ơn thầy. Dạ, chúng ta xin kính chào thầy.
Airport